So, und ich glaube, damit sind wir live. Also das nächste Spiel ist Tigers gegen Air Force und startet in circa 10 Minuten planmäßig. Aktuell wird das Feld noch durch Air Force professionell gereinigt, damit dann gleich alles problemlos starten kann. Okay, now in English, we got the next match coming up, Tigers against Air Force. The field has been cleaned thoroughly by the Air Force team, and we're ready for an exciting match in 4.5 minutes. See you then. Okay, so quick correction: the match actually starts at 9. So in 30 minutes.
So, hello and welcome to everyone in the live stream of the first knockout game or day of the tournament. Here it is nearly 9 a.m. in the morning here in Brazil at RoboCup Brazil 2025, and the upcoming match, Air Force against Tigers Mannheim, will probably start soon in around 5 minutes. Yeah, it's playing Air Force, Tigers Mannheim against Air Force, unlike what I said yesterday. As the last day or the group phase ended with the following order within the group. Place 1 in the group was, of course, Tigers Mannheim. Place 2 was RoboCIN with very great games yesterday. Place 3 was ZJUNlict, which had a kind of a comeback after the RoboCIN game from yesterday. And then place 4, Air Force, and place 5, RoboDragons. And the first game of this knockout day will be against the first and fourth place, so Tigers versus Air Force. The teams are currently still preparing their robots, and I see nine robots from Air Force at the sideline, so maybe Air Force will play with 9, 10, or maybe even 11 robots. Tigers, of course, with 11 robots. I don't need to count that. I just assume it. So hopefully this will be a very interesting game. The first game between these two participants, Tigers Mannheim and Air Force, was the day before yesterday. And Air Force finished with a very great score of 10-0. Shot their last goal, I think, 1 second before the end of the game. And so hopefully for Air Force, the score of this game won't be the same as the score of last game, but we will see. Probably both teams prepared very hard to improve their skills, or at least hopefully Air Force prepared very hard. So let's see. So around 45 seconds left until the nominal game start. I don't think that the game will start. I don't think that the game will start on time because the goals have to be fixed, I think, because yesterday some teams damaged it a bit by driving against it. So I will use the time to introduce the teams So let's start with Tigers Mannheim. Tigers Mannheim was established in 2009, and there are still members from that time active in the team. Their first competition was in 2011, which was a RoboCup somewhere in the world, I don't know where. And they are from the DHBW Mannheim in Germany. Yeah, the Tigers had 1 or 2 minor achievements so far. For example, 4 times title of world champion in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So 4 consecutive years. They also got a 3rd place in 2018 and a 4th place in 2019, and a total of 18 first places across all the different categories where you can achieve places. So, for example, there are other categories like Excellence Award or Open Source Award, etc. So they got 18 first places there overall. Yeah, Tigers is also very active at publishing and open sourcing their software and hardware setup, so that other teams can use this information to also build their robots. Yeah, and as I already said, Tigers won the last 4 competitions, so and they're currently have a quite the good performance. So it's maybe it will happen that they once again win this tournament as well. So that's about Tigers. Then we have Team Air Force from Erlangen, Germany. Air Force was founded in 2007, and their first competition was around that time, also 2006, 7, when they weren't founded even yet. They got, I think, achievement-wise, they never got a world champion, but they achieved a vice world champion in 2017 at Nagoya, Japan, 2019 at Sydney, 2021 at the virtual tournament, as well as 2022 in Bangkok. Yes, so also quite the strong team. Usually the Air Force has a bit of some problems with the hardware setup, but let's hope that this won't happen during this game. As I already told you, there are 9 robots, maybe even. No, I think still 9 robots. So let's see. The field's still being repaired, so maybe some more minutes. I will use this time to introduce you to the rules of the game. So in RoboCup SSL, that is small size league, we do play soccer, but we don't play it with an ordinary soccer ball, but instead with a golf ball. But still, we're playing 11 players versus 11 players, so 2 teams with 11 players each. And we do use robots for that, of course. It's a RoboCup, and most of the team members are very bad at actual soccer, so we use robots instead. And the robots are built by the teams. So this is not a standard platform. We don't buy pre-built robots, but instead we construct the robots ourselves. That is, the teams. The go is already fixed. Are you ready? That is, the teams do build the hardware as well as the software which is running on the robots, as well as controlling or deciding their moves. So as you can see in the stream, yes, you might see it in the stream right now. The robots have dots on their top. So there are 4 dots on the outside of the robot, decoding the player number, as well as a dot in the center of the cover, which denotes the team color. So blue, in this case blue for Tigers Mannheim, Team Blue, and yellow for Air Force. like an actual soccer, we do have, of course, rules and fouls and the like. So you're not allowed to crash into each other. You're not allowed to push, etc. So it's like an ordinary football soccer. So it seems as if the game will start soon. And I think that Tigers will have the kickoff, at least from their positioning, but we will see. So Evros is still testing some things with their robots. Like I think they did some chip kick tests. The robots usually do have two means of kicking the ball. The first way is to kick the ball linearly, so just a normal kick. And the second one is to chip the ball so that it flies over other robots. But you are not allowed to score a goal if the scoring robot chipped the ball first, because like our robots cannot jump. So of course the goalkeeper couldn't defend the goal in these cases. Okay. No, the game doesn't start that yet. But I think it will only be 1 or 2 minutes until the game will start. Also, welcome to everyone in the live stream. Don't know where you are at. I think in Europe it's currently, so Middle Europe, it's 2 p.m. I think, 7 past 2 p.m. And in Asian it will be some other time. Okay, now kickoff for Tigers Mannheim. So the game officially starts now. Air Force now with, let's count. Let's count later. So Air Force trying to get the ball from the Tigers robot, but the Tigers robot's very good at dribbling. And there's the first attack by Tigers, but Air Force is still defending the goal. Oh. Another attack by Tigers. However, the shot crossed the goal lines, side of the goal lines. So the whole, well, it's a goal kick now. So Air Force has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Still 9 robots, I think. And Tigers, well, 11. But they're already discussing something. The first game of the game sometimes has a bit problems because of many reasons. For example, the vision may cause problems because, as I already told you, the robots have dots on their top, so that cameras which are hanging above the playing field from the ceiling can detect the robots and detect the player numbers and everything, and this information, so the position of the robots on the playing field, is then sent to the central PC of each team, and that PC decides, based on a artificial intelligence programmed by the teams, what to do next. So maybe the strategy of Air Force sees that there is a gap in the defense of Tigers Mannheim, which is very unlikely, but let's assume that there would be a gap in the defense of Tigers Mannheim, then maybe the Air Force AI will decide on moving a robot there and everything, and those commands are then sent back to the robots via radio. And ideally, the robots adhere to these commands and actually drive where they should drive to. So due to some reasons, the referee has to place the ball. Usually, if the ball leaves the field or the game is stopped otherwise, one of the teams needs to place the ball. So the AI referee, which is also a thing, usually the game is reffed by an AI, decides where the ball has to be brought back into the game, and then the one team has to place the ball. It's always the team that is allowed to bring the ball back into play which has to start placing, but I don't know why the human referee now plays the ball manually. There still seem to be some discussion about things. I see terminals open on the game controller operator PC. And there's some confusing, like, audio referee, some robot crashes are now issued by the AI referee, so something seems to be very wrong because I didn't see any robot moving at all. So I think there was something with the setup is still wrong. So nothing with the teams here. Now corner team. I think now I heard a corner kick or something. I don't know. Let's wait until the setup is fixed. So there's still some discussion. We already played half a minute, so every half of the game is made up to 5 minutes. So there are 2 times 5 minutes. And there's a 5-minute halftime break in between. However, the game time is stopped whenever the game is stopped. So an actual game lasts longer than the 15 official minutes. So usually games, for example, between Tigers and Air Force last for 25 to 30 minutes. But games between teams which are not that strong and don't have that much ball control often kick the ball out of the game, and then the game actually takes much longer, up to 1.5 hours. So the ball, it seems as if the game started or continued, but the ball went out of play already. So a corner kick by Air Force, it seems. A very dangerous shot by Air Force to one of their players, but the Tigers Mannheim robot was very close to that. So now you can see that another ball placement is made by Air Force. Let's see if they succeed. So Tigers shot the ball out of the goal line. So Air Force is allowed to bring the ball back, so they have to also place the ball. So now they succeeded with placing the ball, so the game starts. And immediately stops once again because the ball has crossed the sidelines. So ball placement by Tigers this time. And of course Tigers succeeds in with placing the ball. So now Tigers may do the corner kick, but Air Force takes a timeout. So during the game, no team is allowed to touch the robots, that is the hardware, or the software, the AI. So everything has to be autonomous and no human may interfere with it. However, both teams may take up to 4 timeouts lasting for up to 5 minutes. And Air Force has done so now. So they took their first time out to do things. So now they are allowed to touch their robots, change hardware setups, restart their software, do whatever. We had occasions where some parts of the robot reflected light and made it difficult for the ball to be detected by the robot. So they painted the metal parts during a timeout. We had occasions where the covers of the robot, so the outer hull of the robot, was too low and the robots dripped over it. So Air Force glued tempo handkerchiefs on top of their hardware to lift the cover, so you can do a lot of things during timeouts. Ideally, you don't need that drastic measures, but let's see what Air Force is trying to do here. Of course, also the other team may touch their robots during a timeout of their opponent, but it's a bit dangerous because the team taking the timeout also decides when to finish it. So now Air Force stopped their timeout. So the game continues with a corner kick, I think, by Tigers. And an attempt by Tigers to shoot a goal, but the Air Force goalkeeper was in the way, positioned itself perfectly. So an attempt by Air Force to start an attack, but the Tigers defense is there. And another attack by, the very close call here for Air Force, and maybe... I think that's definitely the first goal of the game here for Tigers after a very strong attack phase and many attempts on the goal from Air Force. The Air Force goalkeeper trying its best to defend the goal, but if you have enough attempts on the goal, then sometimes you will shoot a goal. So congratulations to Tigers for their first goal. So now a kickoff by Air Force, but before that kickoff happens, Air Force is having a robot substitution, so they are now allowed to take off a robot from the playing field, which is a recurring thing for Air Force to do. But you will rarely see that for Tigers, so their robots most of the time work. So now the game started, the Air Force 8 is standing still there, and another attempt on the goal by Tigers, but fortunately for Air Force, the ball is out. It left, once again, the goal line. I think Tigers shot it behind the goal line, so it should be a goal kick. Let's see. So there are 3 types of bringing the ball back into play. If the ball leaves the field via the long lines, the so-called touch lines, then there's a throw-in. If the ball leaves the field via the short lines, the goal lines, then it is a corner kick if the team itself kicked it behind its goal line, or a goal kick if the opposing team does so. So another attempt by Tigers now with their goal kicks being performed. But Air Force is still trying their best to defend. Their defense wall is standing somewhat, and they managed to defend their goal here. Okay, but however, the ball is still into play, and there's a second attempt by Tigers. Okay, and now there's a foul by Air Force because the keeper didn't move the ball out of its defense area fast enough, because inside the defense area, no robot of the other team might be inside the defense area except the goalkeeper. So another attempt by Tigers. Tigers currently clearly dominating the game, but Air Force also very strong at defending the goal. And once again, greatly defended by Air Force and a ball placement by Air Force. So Tigers shot at the ball out of the field. However, Tigers is once again in possession of the ball and uses that chance to score another goal. And once again, this goal should be valid. They are, as I already told you before the start of the game, there are many reasons why a goal might not count. For example, if the scoring team member chipped the ball before the ball hit the goal, then the goal will not count. Also, if, for example, the ball is too fast, then the goal will not count. There is a maximum allowed shooting speed of the speed with which the ball might be shooted of 6.5 meters, which is around 21 to 22 kilometers per hour. But this goal counts, so it's now 2-0 for Tigers. Air Force had kickoff, but Tigers is already in position of the ball once again. Possession. Possession of the ball. Yes, as I already said, Tigers clearly in dominating the game here. And there are still 2 minutes left in the first half. With 21 minutes past 9, so maybe this game started 10 minutes after 9, so maybe 10 minutes of playtime right at the moment. Okay, and now it's also I see, it's also a power play by Tigers, so Air Force got 2 yellow cards. As I already told you, there are many different ways to get a foul, as for example, shooting the ball too fast. And if you collect 3 fouls, then you get a yellow card, which will last for 2 minutes and reduces the maximum allowed number of robots by 1. So you start with 11 robots each team, or the allowed number of robots for each team will be 11 at the beginning of the game. But for each yellow card you have currently active, you or the number of allowed robots will reduce by 1. However, as Air Force currently only has 9 robots anyways, so they don't care about 2 yellow cards. Okay, so the game continues now, and greatly defended by an Air Force defender here, but Tigers is still trying their best to increase the score to 3-0. Yeah, and now a ball placement for Air Force. Let's see if they manage to succeed. Yes, I think they do. So Air Force may now bring the ball into play with a throw-in. Let's see if they can manage to start an attack. No, that was a very bad pass to a Tigers robot here. And but Air Force is still trying. Oh, and that was actually a shot on the goal, quite the weak one, but a shot on the goal nonetheless. So, and the ball is still in play. Well, now the goalkeeper of Tigers shot the ball out via the touch lines. So I think Air Force may now place the ball for a throw-in. However, the game is halted for some reasons. It seems as if the referees are discussing something. And now the game continues. With another attempt on, a missed attempt on the Tigers goal, leading to a counter-attack by Tigers, but Air Force defended the goal once again, and the ball is once again out, and I think Air Force may place the ball, yes. So if Air Force loses this game, and if they don't change anything, then I fear they will. But there are still, well, 5.5 minutes left to play, so let's see what happens. Then they will play, I think, the next game. So they won't lose the tournament at the moment because they will have another game. I think the 4th game of the day. So after this game, at 10:30 local time, local Brazilian time, there will be a game between RoboCIn and ZJUNlict. But before that, this game has to be finished, so... Air Force had another attempt... attempt at the Tigers goal, but they didn't manage to get even close to that. And a missed pass opportunity here, or missed pass here by an Air Force robot, leading to an attack by Tigers. Once again, there, and not only an attack by Tigers, but I think the 3-0. I don't think that it was too fast. Yes, this is the official 3-0 and the end of the first time, I think. The end of the first half time, I think. Yes, halftime break. So now both teams get 5 minutes to check their hardware, check the software. So they also are allowed to touch their robots now, as well as their software. So it's like a timeout. And rare scene here. Tigers is actually checking the robots. Usually they don't need to, but yeah, well, they have 5 minutes, so why shouldn't they use it? So the first half of this game was clearly dominated by Tigers, which can also be seen by the final score of the first half with 3-0 for Tigers. However, as was expected by the audience, with Tigers being the clear favorite of the game here, I think they definitely won all games, and I think they won most of them with a final score of 10-0. So after 10 goals by one team, the match is stopped. And I think the Tigers won against Air Force 10-0, against RoboDragons 10-0, against RoboCIn 8-0, only 8-0, and against ZJUNlict 7-0. So that's their impressive score right now. And they continue to win matches, or at least it seems so. However, Air Force greatly defending, as I already told you. Most of the games concluded with a 10-0 score if Tigers was the opponent. So having a score of 3-0 after the first half is quite the achievement. Air Force now replacing their batteries, I think. So the hardware of the robots is usually the same for all robots. So there is no like designated goalkeeper hardware or goalkeeper robot or defender robot. All the robots are the same. There is no rule to do so. However, it is most of the time just easier. The maintenance is easier if all robots are the same. However, teams always try to give the robots names. So Tigers uses, I don't think, a grand scheme for their names, but all robots have an individual name. For example, HAL 9000, for example, or I think Torvalds, and I think the chosen one, Marie Curie. and a lot of other names. And Air Force has a theme for their robots, which is unfortunately, because I don't like it, but it is pasta, types of pasta. So there are robots like lasagne, tortellini. I don't know many types of pasta, but yeah, so the robots are named after types of pasta. Which is a lesson learned by me. Never decide on the theme of your robots past 12 p.m. 12 a.m. whatever. Yeah, it was from 12 a.m. 12 a.m. Yeah. Past 24 o'clock. Midnight, yeah. Because then you will get a theme like pasta. So the halftime concluded and the second half starts now with a kickoff by Air Force. However, it didn't lead to a very long ball possession by Air Force, with Tigers currently once again starting an attack. But Air Force managed to actually bring the ball into the half of Tigers here for a short time at least. Now some robot from Air Force is always kicking. It seems as if it detects a ball or tries to shoot a ball, although there's no ball in front of it. So the robots usually have a light beam sensor in front of them, so they can surely detect a ball. Yeah. Now I think they found some parts on the playing field. Those parts have to be quickly removed because otherwise the robots might drip over them, or in the worst case, suck them up into their electronics and then short something. So you always have to remove them quickly. If it's clear that a certain team loses the parts, then this is also a foul. So now Air Force, I think with their second timeout, they still have a bit more than 2 minutes left for their timeouts. So if they use up those, okay, they don't use up the remaining 2 minutes, but if they would have used up the 2 minutes, then they wouldn't be allowed to take the other 2 timeouts. So they have 2 minutes left for their 2 remaining timeouts. And the game continues with an attack by Tigers, but greatly defended by the goalkeeper from Air Force. Still, the ball is still in play. And another foul by Air Force because the keeper didn't shoot the ball out of its goal defense area. Once again. It already did so once. Both teams with a yellow card right now. So Tigers actually with only 10. Oh. Ich glaube, der ist noch drin. Tigers with an actual number of robots of 10, so they actually needed to remove one robot. Yes. So 4 minutes remaining of the second half of the game. Air Force still trying the best to make a ball placement. Maybe they will succeed. Probably. Yeah, succeeded. 1 second left for the ball placement attempt. If they missed that attempt, which I don't think happened in this game even once, then the other team might get a chance. So if you're really bad at ball placement, then this will hurt you, because then the other team always gets the attempt to place the ball and bring the ball into play, although they were the ones shooting the ball out in the first place. So once again, I think missed attempt. No, this is a missed attempt by Air Force now with ball placement. Their robot had a bit of trouble here, gripping the ball, I think, in the corner. So Tigers tries to place the ball now, and they will probably succeed. They usually succeed, at least. Yes, the ball placement was successful, so Tigers may now... Whatever, Tigers oder Holzgarde vorgelegt, das Ball placement, ist mir egal. The game is halted due to reasons. Achso, das schießt. Ich hätte vermutet. Eigentlich hätte Tigers schießen müssen. Ah, und das ist so. Okay, so I was kind of confused why Air Force had the throw in, and I think that was a mistake because Tigers placed the ball successfully after Air Force failing to do so. So Tigers may have the throw in now. So the throw in was repeated. This was a mistake by the game controller operator, which is the person sitting in front of the computer and typing in the commands for the automatic referee and the teams. So the referee decisions. There are, I think, 4 official roles. The referee, the assistant referee, the game controller operator, and the vision expert, which permanently scans the camera if it detects everything. However, the camera during this tournament is really good, at least from my perspective. Oh, and Tigers here greatly... is this... a great play here by Tigers against two Air Force robots. They managed to even try to shoot a goal, but they didn't succeed. So it's 2... 2:0. Wann ist denn 2:0? Wo das dritte Tor gar nicht angeht? And I just see that this third goal vanished some time. So I don't know, maybe it was invalidated, but it's 2-0, obviously. So Tigers still trying their hardest to score a goal, and I fear that if Air Force doesn't manage to start a counterattack sometime, then they will. Yes, now that now they managed to score another goal. So now it's 3-0, and I still don't know why the third goal vanished. So 2.5 minutes left. We now also have a very lovely audience here live at Brazil. Many people standing here watching the game. So, someone told me that Sunday is booked out. There are no more visitors allowed. So very popular tournament so far. And of course, the kids love this games. So a timeout by Tigers. I didn't see that in a long time. I don't even know what they have to do during a timeout, but it seems they have some problem of some sort. Well, there are 3 team members of Tigers looking confused into their PC, so they are trying to figure something out. So this is of course the first timeout of Tigers, so they had their full 5 minutes remaining. They now used up 1 minute and 15 seconds already for this timeout, but I don't think that they have to fear don't having enough time for a second timeout, so they can just use it. There are 2.5 minutes remaining anyway, so I don't think they will need another timeout. Meanwhile, the yellow card from Tigers, I think there are roughly 40 seconds left. So in 40 seconds, Tigers will be allowed to increase their robot count to 5, 7, 9, 10, 11 again. Air Force currently with 2 yellow cards and active yellow cards and 14 fouls. So as I said, every 3 fouls you get awarded a yellow card. If you get a yellow card while still having 2 active yellow cards, then you instead get a red card, which is a permanent yellow card. So Air Force should try to avoid getting another yellow card here or another foul. However, as I already told you, they don't care about yellow cards anyways. Another attempt by Tigers here to shoot a goal. However, the Air Force wall stands. And the ball is once again shot out of the goal line. So it should be a goal kick. Or a corner, I'm not sure. But a goal kick, it should. No, a corner. Aber Tigers platziert. A corner kick. So a very dangerous situation for Air Force. You don't want a corner kick of Tigers. Okay, it's not a corner kick by Tigers. It seems it was a goal kick, and now it's a foul by Air Force, but lucky for them, their yellow card expired like 5 seconds ago, so they only had 1 active yellow card when they got the second one. So now they're at 15 fouls in total, and Tigers is at 6 yellow fouls in total. A bit less than 2 minutes left of regular playtime. If Air Force should manage to shoot 3 goals while defending their own goal, then this game will go into overtime, as this is a knockout game. However, as it currently is, I don't think that we will need an overtime. But an attempt by Air Force at the Tigers goal, well, once again a short attempt, but an attempt is an attempt. Red card. Oh, tatsächlich. Now there's a red card. Because we're already at 18 fouls here for Air Force, they quickly gained 3 other fouls, so now they had 2 active yellow cards while they got another one, so the new one was promoted to a red card instead. So now Air Force is only allowed to have 8 robots, and I think that might actually matter for them. Because they currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 robots on the playing field. So they might want to place another robot, but they aren't allowed. So even for Air Force, there will be a point in time when yellow cards do matter. Yet, even if it seems as if Tigers is clearly dominating the game, and as if Air Force is not the best team, it's a very impressive stand against Tigers Mannheim here. As I already told you, most of the games conclude with a 10-0 score, or at least an 8-0 score. And even the vice world champion ZJUNlict finished their game yesterday afternoon with a 7-0 score. So Air Force only being behind with 3 scores is quite impressive. However, it's well known in the league that Air Force has a great defense, with little opportunity for opponents to shoot goals. Still, Tigers pressing hard and trying, having a lot of goal attempts here. Once again, lovely defended by Air Force robots here. And 45 seconds left. And once again, greatly defended by the Air Force wall. And a ball placement by Air Force, so a goal kick. Or a throw-in, I don't know. Air Force now with up to 9 robots because their first yellow card expired and they only have one active yellow card left. So maybe Air Force will decide to take a timeout because sometimes in the remainder of the for the remaining half minute or so they decide to take a timeout. Oh no, they didn't take a timeout. They should have taken a timeout because Tigers used the chance to score another goal. So it's probably 4-0 because yeah, it's 4-0. It was not too fast. Usually Air Force takes the chance like 30 seconds or so before the end of the game to take a timeout and change their AI mode to aggressive. But it seems they don't want to do it here in this game. So 30 seconds left now in the game, and the kickoff by Air Force. And immediately intercepted by Tigers, which start another attempt on their 5th goal. But Air Force once again defends their goal. They don't want to finish the match with 5-0. And 10 seconds left, so the ball is still in play, and Tigers trying another attempt, but once again defended and not defended. 1 second left of playtime, or we might even be 1 second past the playtime, but Tigers shot a goal. So this might be the end of the game with a yes. This is probably the end of the game with a 5th goal by Tigers Mannheim. So the game finished. 5-0 for Tigers Mannheim. Tigers Mannheim will now have their next match, I think, against the winner of the next game. And the next game will be between ZJUNlict and RoboCIN at 11:30 local time, or local Brazilian time, 15:30 Middle European time, and sometime in the rest of the world. Yes. So thank you very much, everyone in the stream, and see you then at when ZJUNlict plays against RoboCIN. Bye. So, hello and welcome everyone in the live stream to the second game of the first knockout day. This game will be between RoboCIN and ZJUNlict. So, RoboCIN being a Brazilian team, pretty young team. I'm not sure. No, it's already founded in 2015. Their first achievement was a third place at the digital or virtual RoboCup in 2021. So third place there after Tigers and Air Force. Then they got really successful in their Division B with 2 first places, also world champion in Division B in 2022 Bangkok and 2023 Bordeaux. So after these achievements, they decided to switch to the major league division of SSL, the Div A. So they played in Div A in 2024 and achieved there a 4th place. So a really good team, and they also have a really good performance, an extraordinary performance actually, during this tournament so far, with really great games, even defeating ZJUNlict in their first game with 1-0, which is quite impressive because ZJUNlict is the reigning vice world champion in Division A for 2 years now, so defeating them is not an easy task, but they managed to do so with 1-0. So that's about RoboCIN. Then to ZJUNlict. ZJUNlict is a really old team. It was already founded in 2003, and their first competition was in 2004. And they had a lot of great places, and among them were 4 world champion titles in 2013, 14, 18, and 19. After Corona, they had a kind of a short break, but they continued participating at the RoboCup in 2023, and they immediately got 2nd place after Tigers 23 and 24. So they're a really good team, and usually ZJUNlict gets better over the course of the tournament. So let's see how they play this game. So it seems as if the game starts now with a kickoff by ZJUNlict. ZJUNlict being the black robots with the blue team color, and RoboCIN is are the robots with white cover and the yellow team color. So now a ball placement by RoboCIN. And another kickoff, I think, and a game halt. The game is halted because of reasons. Oh, okay, a big reason actually. There's a whole wheel. There was a whole wheel on the carpet, a loose wheel, so they had to stop the game, and now they're taking a timeout, probably to put the wheel back on the robot which lost it. So yeah, timeout for RoboCIN. So as I told in the last game, both teams have up to 4 timeouts during over the course of the regular game time, and these timeouts can be at max 5 minutes in time, so they can split up these 5 minutes and up to 4 timeouts. And RoboCIN just took their first one, so now they've finished their first timeout, and the game will continue soon with a kickoff by ZJUNlict. Ball went out of the touchline, that is the long sidelines of the playing field, so it will be a throw-in by ZJUNlict if they manage to place the ball at the throw-in position. So when the ball leaves the field, the team which gets the advantage, so which gets the right to play the ball, after continuation, has to place the ball first at the kickoff position. If it manages to do so within 30 seconds, then it might start the game. Otherwise, the opposing team gets a chance to place the ball, and if they succeed, well, they are allowed to start the game or do the kickoff. And it seems as if both teams have trouble placing the ball. RobôCIN struggling really hard. So now the human referee has to place the ball. And ZJUNlict gets the right to start play the ball. First attack on the goal, real attack on the goal, but not a strong one by ZJUNlict. So now once again a ball placement as RobôCIN kicked the ball out of the playing field, out of the field. ZJUNlict are allowed to place the ball. Let's see if they manage to do so this time. It seems so. Yes. Yes. So the ball placement was successful, and ZJUNlict may kick the ball. However, they have no pass receiver here. So the ball immediately leaves the field once again. So now a corner kick for ZJUNlict. And an attack by RoboCIN at the goal. However, unfortunately, it didn't hit the goal or go in the right direction. So instead, the ball left the goal line. So it's a goal kick. Okay, corner kick. So both teams fighting really hard to get the ball here. And it seems as if ZJUNlict tries really hard to get the ball out of their playing field, out the half. A lot of breaks right now due to ball placements. And let's see if the ZJUNlict manages to score a goal here. The wall of the RobôCIN is very strong, and ZJUNlict has trouble getting through it. So no, unfortunately not. No, not goal. No goal. So now there seems some confusion about the game operator control or about the game state, I think. So they're not sure. That's why the game is halted right now. So this is the first half of the game. The game consists of two halves, each spanning 5 minutes of playtime. In between those two halves is a 5-minute halftime break. However, only actual playtime counts towards the game time, so stops do not decrease the game time counter, which is why actual games last longer than the 15 minutes they should in theory spend. So another attempt by ZJUNlict to start an attack. However, there was no pass receiver here. I would say right now the game is quite balanced, with ZJUNlict maybe having more chances, but RoboCIN having the more dangerous one so far. ZJUNlict really having a hard time getting through that RoboCIN wall, and RoboCIN with, let's count, 10 robots, I think. So, once again, the ball left the plane. The ball was shot out of the field, so the ball has to be placed. And I see that RoboCIN already has 2 yellow cards, so that's probably why they only have 9 robots on the playing field. So they might even play with 11 robots if they were allowed to do so. ZJUNlict, meanwhile, having 1 active yellow card and 10 robots, also 10 robots on the field. So both teams currently have the maximum allowed number of robots on the playing field. And now there's a timeout for ZJUNlict, the first timeout for them. So they still have their full 5 minutes of timeout time. While they take the timeout, I can explain the general rules of the game. So we're playing soccer here. However, we don't play it with an ordinary soccer ball, but instead with a golf ball, an orange golf ball, which you hopefully see on the stream. It might be sometimes a bit hard to detect it, but there is actually a golf ball. And there are 11 robots for each team, which play against each other in a match of 10 minutes, split into 2 5-minute sections. And the robots are built by the teams. So this is not a standard platform with pre-built robots, but instead the teams build the robots themselves. That is their mechanics, electronics, software on the robots, as well as the artificial intelligence running on a central PC, and which controls the robots then. The robots are detected by cameras which hang above the playing field, and that's why the robots have these dots on their top, so that their team player number. Oh, a very close shot here for ZJUNlict. After a corner kick, I think ZJUNlict managed to shoot towards the goal. Unfortunately for them, it missed the goal a bit, but very dangerous situation for RoboCIN. And another dangerous situation. RoboCIN ball currently being inside RoboCIN's half, but that does change as the ball moves towards the goal of ZJUNlict. Another shot, but a straight one, so it didn't get through the wall. The fans obviously cheering for the Brazilian team RoboCIN. And another ball placement by ZJUNlict. There are 2 minutes, roughly 2 minutes left in the first half of the game. So it already told you, the dots on the top of the robot decode the player number as well as the team color, so that the camera can detect it and send this information to the PCs of the teams, which then decide what to do. So RoboCIN really tries to start an attack there, but the ZJUNlict robots just won't let them. goal shots right now only from ZJUNlict, with ZJUNlict dominating the game. But I think only one real chance at scoring a goal so far. ZJUNlict also back with a maximum allowed number of 11 robots. I don't know if they have that many on the playing field right now. I only see 10 robots. RoboCIn currently still having 2 active yellow cards. And I think 10 fouls in total. So if a team, this game allows for, there are fouls in this game. For example, shooting too fast, crashing, pushing, or excessive dribbling. And if a team collects 3 of these fouls, they are awarded a yellow card, which lasts for 2 minutes and decreases the maximum allowed robot count by 1 for that team. And it seems as if one of the RoboCIn robots doesn't move. Yeah, and RoboCIn seems to have seen that too, so they take out the robot. So it's now, I think, 8 robots for them. Maybe they even will place, put one back because their first yellow card expired, so they are allowed to take 10 robots, put 10 robots into play. Yeah, they do have 10 robots on the field. So they definitely have some spare robots, yeah. So 1 minute left of gameplay for the first half. And a throw-in, which leads to another attempt by ZJUNlict. However, the ball goes out of play once again. So again, many ball placements right now. And another attempt by ZJUNlict. Let's see if they manage to shoot a goal this time. No, it's ball placement. Okay. So no goal shooting here. And a robot substitution by ZJUNlict. And another yellow card for RoboCIn. So they're now back at 9 robots max. As well as a yellow card for ZJUNlict. So now the yellow card from RoboCIn expired, so they're back at 10. So both teams now are with 10 robots, maximum. And a goal. And I think that was a goal by ZJUNlict. There was a opening in the defense of RoboCIn here. And the ZJUNlict robot managed to shoot through that opening straight into the goal. The goalkeeper couldn't defend it. Let's see if the goal actually counts or if it was too fast. There are reasons. So it seems as if the artificial referee doesn't count this as goal because it says that ZJUNlict had too many robots on the playing field because ZJUNlict just collected a second yellow card, so they were only allowed to have 9 robots on the playing field. but they had 10 robots on the playing field at that moment because the second yellow card was just seconds old. So unfortunately, that will probably not be a goal for them, and it will still be 0-0 with 2 seconds left in the first half. So this will be the last attack, probably the last attack, if they don't shoot if they don't shoot the ball straight out of play. So ball placement by RoboCIN, but they don't seem to do anything. So now they're doing a ball placement. But unfortunately their time's over, so... Okay, the game's just starting, okay. So this is definitely the last attack, but maybe... no chance for ZJUNlict here. So this is the end of the first half. Now both teams get a 5-minute halftime break, during which they may touch their robots. So during gameplay, they are not allowed to touch their robots or their software. However, during timeouts as well as during the halftime break, the teams might modify the robots and software. So now it seems both teams are replacing their batteries, with teams usually using lithium polymer batteries, I think. Most of the teams, I don't know if other battery types are used in this competition. So most of the teams have these types of batteries, and they only last, for most teams, they only last for like half a game or around that long. So they replace it in the halftime break, which, depending on the team, might be easier or more difficult, because some teams need to like loosen some screws first to remove the cover from the robot to get to the battery and the electronics, while other teams just have just put the covers on and then can just remove it easily. So as I already told you, the hardware of the robots differs greatly between teams because all teams build their robots themselves. Although there is some publicly available data or schematics, hardware, etc. by teams who publish their setup. So for example, Tigers Mannheim, the reigning world champion, 4 times world champion actually, who played the previous match, they publish their mechanics and electronics as well as artificial intelligence every year. So teams do use this information to improve their own robots, or even base their robots on these publications. But I think both ZJUNlict as well as RoboCIN do build their very own robots, so they don't use ZJUNlict Tigers Mannheim data. So 2.5 minutes left in the halftime break. ZJUNlict doing some calibration, I think. And RoboCIN still replacing batteries. So it seems as if ZJUNlict doesn't have that big of a problem with the batteries, or they are more easy to replace, at least, because they already finished that. It also seems as if RoboCIN is now ready for the second half. I don't see any open robots anymore. ZJUNlict still doing some tests here. You can see the precision of the kicks and pass taking. So the second half of the game will start with 10 robots for RoboCIn and 9 robots for ZJUNlict. All yellow cards are pretty new, so they will last around 2 minutes. Yellow cards usually last that long when they are issued. So it seems as if ZJUNlict has done many fouls in the last seconds of the first half, because both yellow cards are pretty new. So now the halftime break is over and the game should continue soon. Okay, so it now a kickoff for RoboCIn. Fans cheering for RoboCIn, but unfortunately the attacker of them didn't manage to pass the ball. So ZJUNlict is placing the ball and now starting the game. So after a kickoff or throw-in, etc., the robot which brings the ball into play must touch the ball only once. So they need to immediately kick the ball to another. Oh. Okay, that was fast. After a successful attack by ZJUNlict, it seems as if this time, for sure, they did manage to shoot a goal against RoboCIn. So probably unfortunately for RoboCIn, but very lucky for ZJUNlict. It is 1-0, it seems, for ZJUNlict. So another kickoff by RoboCIn. Hopefully more successful than the last one. Oh, nearly dripped there. Well, a very bold shot by RoboCIn towards a ZJUNlict robot. And, well, it didn't work, of course. So the ball went out of play again. So ball placement for RoboCIn. And another ball placement, this time for ZJUNlict. So now the game is stopped. I don't know why. Halted. I don't know why. Maybe some problem with the game controller operator, or again, the game controller. So during each game of the small size league, there are 4 roles, official roles, with 2 referees, human referees. A game control operator, which pipes in the commands of the human referees into the system, so that the robots know about these decisions. And the vision expert, which permanently monitors the cameras if they detect everything correct. So a small fight close to the touchline between both robots, leading to another ball placement, this time for RoboCIn, or by RoboCIn. Okay, RoboCIn succeeded in placing the ball, I think. No. They didn't do. So they didn't succeed, it seems. And another attack by ZJUNlict. The ball is still not in the defense area, so ZJUNlict could still shoot a goal, but unfortunately lucky for RoboCIn, they managed to shoot the goal away from the goal. However, ZJUNlict tries a second time. Oh, very... Two robots battling here for the ball. ZJUNlict still in the offense here. Okay, now the ball is out. Very nice play. Very nice play. Oh no, the game is still running. The game is still running. Now it is stopped. So very nice play here. RoboCIn really trying their best to avoid any more goals. However, it clearly seems to me as if ZJUNlict is dominating the game with a very strong RoboCIn. However, so soon the last yellow card of ZJUNlict will expire, so that both teams now once again have 11. No, ZJUNlict has a red card, so they got the third yellow card while they already had two active yellow cards. So the yellow card was promoted to a red card. So ZJUNlict has permanently only 10 low robots now. However, the yellow card expired now, so they are allowed to play with 10 robots at least. RoboCIn, meanwhile, with 11 robots and 10, only 10 on the playing field. So they would be allowed to place another robot on the playing field. ZJUNlict with a maximum number of robots of 10. So it's 10 against 10. 3 minutes remaining in the second half. Currently a timeout, I think the second timeout for RoboCIn. Maybe they can get back that 11th robot. Yes, it seems as if they put a 11th robot onto the playing field, so now they're playing with their maximum number of 11 robots. Maybe this will change something, and maybe they start a successive attack. Let's see. Oh, the game is altered now. A bit of confusion here, but I think the game will continue soon. And I think they still only have 10 robots, so they removed one robot from the playing field. So an attempt by RoboCIn to start an attack. However, ZJUNlict managed to get the ball and start a counter-attack on the goal of RoboCIn. Lucky for RoboCIn, the ball didn't hit the goal or go in the right direction. So, ball placement for RoboCIn. RoboCIn and ZJUNlict fighting for the ball in the half of RoboCIn. ZJUNlict driven back by the robots of RoboCIn into their own half. Let's see if RoboCIn manages to get the ball, but no. It seems as if, yes, the ball is out of play by a ZJUNlict, the ZJUNlict goalkeeper, so that should be a corner kick for RoboCIn. But the robots of RoboCIn don't move at all, or the robot tries. I think it tries to get the ball behind the goal, or besides the goal, next to the goal. but it doesn't manage to do so. The robots do have light beam breaky barrier thingies. Don't know the name right now, to detect if they have the ball in front of them, and it seems as if this sensor doesn't work right now, so they didn't get the ball. So now ZJUNlict is allowed to place the ball, which is very unfortunate because you really don't want your opponent to have a corner kick in. You don't want to lose a corner kick in the opponent's area, but it is as it is, and the game continues shortly. So now once again, RoboCIN robot struggling here to get the ball. Six seconds left for the ball placement. And 2 minutes left for the game. So the ball placement once again failed, so ZJUNlict gets a chance. And I think they will succeed. Looks very promising at least. Yes, they succeeded at placing the ball, so they have the throw-in. And maybe a chance at the goal? No. The ZJUNlict robot missed the chance here to score a goal. It was a very promising position. And with the RoboCIN robots doing strange things here, Robot Zero. Okay, very interesting moves here from the RoboCIN robots. And RoboCIN taking the third and penultimate timeout. So they still have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. And both teams, as I see right now, do have a yellow card once again. So RoboCIN now with 10 robots, and in theory and in practice. So and ZJUNlict with 9 robots, which I also have on the playing field. Okay, I correct myself. RoboCIN now with 9 robots on the playing field. Maybe they will put one robot back. Bit less than 3 minutes left for their timeout. Okay, there's another robot, so they're back at 10 robots. And have 2 minutes left for their timeout. Back at 9 robots. Or 10. Let's count when the game continues. Unfortunately, I don't know why they're taking the timeout. Is this because of the hardware and they're always taking back the robot? I think the robot has some trouble they want to fix, maybe? Maybe it was the one that moved strangely close to the corner of RoboCIN shortly before the timeout, but whatever this was, they managed to fix it, hopefully. So the game continues with the ball placement by RoboCIN, ZJUNlict. With a successful ball placement by RoboCIN. So dangerous situation for RoboCIN, but the ZJUNlict robots doing strange things. Ah, it stopped. And both teams now having 2 yellow cards. What happened there? Crash. Crash. And too close to some area where they are not allowed. So both teams now at RoboCIN now at 9 robots and ZJUNlict at 8 robots max. And a robot substitution by ZJUNlict. So the game continues, and both teams are fighting for the ball in the middle of the field. It seems as if ZJUNlict won the ball, but no, it's still in play. It's still in play, and ZJUNlict trying their hard. No, it's out of play. So ball placement for RoboCIN as ZJUNlict kicked the ball out of play. So let's see if RoboCIN manages to succeed. It doesn't seem that way. 15 seconds left, but I fear that I think their ball placement strategy when the ball is close to the boundaries of the playing field is to kick the ball against the boundaries so that it bounces back into the playing field, and then they have control over the ball. I think they have trouble controlling the ball close to the boundaries of the playing field. But I fear that the strategy doesn't work that well. So now ball placement for ZJUNlict instead. And a chance on attack, but attempt on murdering me, it seems. But fortunately there are walls standing in front of me, so I wasn't. Maybe I should talk more friendly about, I don't know which team it was. Yellow, it was RoboCIN who kicked the ball over the field boundaries. So this is another foul. RoboCIN now with a total count of 19 fouls, and ZJUNlict with a total of 20 fouls. So they also have 2 active yellow cards. So if they get another foul, they will get another red card, which would be very concerning. But they don't care about that. They absolutely don't care about that, because they just shot another goal, I think. Even with 8 robots, only 8 robots. And I think they increase, with that goal, they increase the score to 2-0 for ZJUNlict. And there's 1 minute left of playtime. So another kick-off by RoboCIN. Still, if ZJUNlict gets another foul in the, I don't know, for the remainder of the game, then they will get awarded a second red card. Every 3 fouls they now collect will be a red card for them. Oh, but that was a goal, but I think it was, was it jetzt? War das während des Ballplacements? Nee, jetzt gibt es den Ballplacement. Jetzt gibt es ein Ballplacement. Yeah, so something happened here. A goal shot, but I think it was too fast anyways, even if the goal would have counted or the game was active. But now it's a ball placement and a stop, and I don't know. There are many things, and ZJUNlict has. It seems as if ZJUNlict has 3 red cards right now, because I don't know, 4 fouls happened. So strange things happening right now, but if those 3 red cards do count, then ZJUNlict will continue this plane or finish this game with only 6 robots, because I think both of their yellow cards will last for more than 50 seconds, the remainder of the 57 seconds. So unless the game goes into wie nennt man das jetzt in der negativen Zeit? Overtime for the second half, into the overtime of the second half, they will keep their 2 yellow cards until the end of the game, and every 3 fouls are a red card. So having 6 robots on the playing field right now is very bad for them. However, I think RobôCIN will still struggle, even with an opponent only having 6 robots, to shoot 2 or more goals. They would need 2 goals to get the game into the overtime break and then first and second half of the overcard time, because this game cannot end in a draw. It is a knockout game. As expected, the past 10 playing seconds, or seconds of playtime, are heavily discussed. Let's see what the result of these discussions will be. Kannst du wieder auf. Genau. Das ist tatsächlich die praktisch tatsächlich mit den Fouls tatsächlich, weil auf die Distanz. Deswegen habe ich das auch gemacht. Ja, ja. Dann musst du nicht nach da hinten gucken, wenn ihr eben genau, im Weg steht. Genau. Das ist gut. Ich habe ja hier Hand. Genau, ja, deswegen, du siehst ja eh. So RoboCIN still discussing. I don't know. ZJUNlict seems pretty calm for having 3 red cards, but RoboCIN is discussing something. So the game is still halted with a bit less than 1 minute left to play in the second half. So if ZJUNlict actually manages to win this game, then what will happen with the upcoming games? I will tell you shortly. The next game at 12 p.m. a.m. Stop. p.m. a.m. Whatever, at 12 o'clock. It will be between Air Force and RoboDragons, so 12 o'clock local Brazilian time, 16 o'clock, 17 o'clock European time. Between Air Force and RoboDragons. Then the next game will be between the winner of this game and Tigers Mannheim at 13:30 p.m. Definitely p.m. this time. 1 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Now I get it. Local Brazilian time. So Tigers Mannheim against ZJUNlict or RoboCIN. Yes. And then the upcoming games will decide. We'll play at 18:30, so 6:30 p.m. local time. This will be the last match of this day. So there are still 3 matches to play. And the next match will be in, I think, 40 minutes already. So Air Force against RoboDragons. After this match in 40 minutes. Ach so, das ist... Ach, Wunschergebnis ist das. So for the members of the teams, we also have a guessing game where the team members can guess the outcome of the respective games. If I see at the guessing game, I see that currently some Tigers members are leading together with an Air Force member. So at least Air Force is leading something. But even in the guessing game, they're second. So let's see how the score of this game will change this ranking. And it seems as if the game continues with 3 acknowledged red cards for ZJUNlict. However, also, RoboCIN will get a red card soon. They only need 1 more foul. And I don't think that their yellow cards will expire before the end of the game either. So now we are close to a Div B game, actually, with 9 robots against 6. But will that change anything? We will see in the next 45 seconds. Okay, this was a foul. This was actually, I think, this was double touch by RoboCIN. So they tried to bring the ball into play, but they touched the ball twice with the same robot. Attempt by ZJUNlict to score a goal. And there is the red card for RoboCIN, because the 3 fouls they made were yellow kicked the ball over the field boundary. That was the murder attempt against me. And they did something else. Das geht mir manchmal zu schnell weg. Okay, so 40 seconds left. Oh, and there's a wheel on the playing field. So this should also be a foul, I think, because obviously RoboCIN lost that part. In German, we would say sie drehen am Rad. Too much, it seems. Maybe they should try Loctite. Yes, so that's a 20-second foul for RoboCIN. And the game, it seems the game continues. With 7 robots by RoboCIN, so they really missed that robot with losing with the lost wheel, but they still try an attack against ZJUNlict. However, unfortunately, they don't have enough robots. Okay, aber du kriegst. Okay, it seems as if we are live again. There was a power outage in the venue. So we're here at the exhibition center. Wie heißt? Ja, die Halle hier.
Convention Center Salvador.
So at the convention center Salvador, it seems as if some team, probably our team or a league, caused a power outage in the venue, or in the convention center. But everything's back to normal, and we can continue our game. Hopefully without any further events. But maybe with another goal. Who knows? So RoboCIn substitutes a robot. And only 10 seconds left to play.
Esse acabou o curso aí, tá pedindo justiça por 2 a 0, faltam 10 segundos.
There 1 second left in this game. So this is probably the last attack, or last attempt. This will definitely be the last attack, but maybe... No, it doesn't seem so. So the ball is not out of play. Still in play, but now it is out of play. So the game is probably finished with a nice last attempt by ZJUNlict. Unfortunately, they did miss to control the ball enough, so they were able to kick a ball. Kick a goal. There was another short power outage, but finally the game is finished. So with a 2-0 score for ZJUNlict. So the next game will be in 30 minutes between Tigers Mannheim and ZJUNlict. Blödsinn. Air Force and RoboDragons. Air Force and RoboDragons, that's the game we're talking about. So this game, Air Force against RoboDragons, will be in 30 minutes. Yeah, and up until then, bye for now. So, hello and welcome back everyone in the live stream to the third match of the first knockout day of RoboCup 2025 Brazil. This time, or this match, will be between Air Force and RoboDragons. So the match will probably start soon, but until it starts I will introduce to you the teams. So as we didn't have RoboDragons today, I will start with them. RoboDragons is a really old team, so it originated from team, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Ovaribito, which was founded in 1997. And in 2002, RoboDragon was then founded from Ovaribito, because I think Ovaribito was a joint team from two universities, and then in 2002 the team was so big and that both universities could split and found an own team. So and RoboDragons was then founded in 2002, and they got a second place, for example, in 2009, a third place in 2007, 14, 22, and a fourth place in 2004, 5, 13, and 16. So they have quite the achievements. And they are, as I already said, a long runner for the RoboCup SSL. On the other side, and they are currently having their 8th robot generation, by the way. So on the other side, we have Air Force, the German team from Erlangen. They were founded in 2007. And also had quite the achievements already. For example, they became Vice World Champion in 2019 in Sydney, 2017 in Nagoya, Japan, 2021 in the virtual tournament, and 2022 in Bangkok. They also got a 4th place in Montreal, 2018. So they also have some achievements to show. So this game will be played 11 versus 11, as will be all games of the knockout stage. I want to correct myself from yesterday, because yesterday I said something wrong, because in the group stage you can play 8 versus 8 if one team wants to do that. So that's why they had so few robots. So now the game started, and some Air Force robot is trying to compete against two RoboDragons robots. Still no winner of this match yet. No, it seems as still fighting. But RoboDragons managed to win that duel. But also, so they thought, but the Air Force robots are back for another duel. And now the first chance for Air Force, but the robots is facing the wrong side, so it should turn and try. Oh, and that's an open pass. Too slow. It's just too slow. It was a great opportunity. The goalkeeper was on the opposite side of the goal, and Air Force could have scored a goal, but they were just too slow with turning. So it's the Air Force robot was totally in control of that ball in that moment. But maybe that's a prognose. What? Okay, skip this one. Maybe that's a forecast for the upcoming match. We will see. Forecast. Prediction. Is this echt Foreshadowing quasi so?
Foreshadowing ist eher was anderes.
Prediction hätte ich eher so als Tipp-Vorhersage Guessing gesagt. Als Vorhersage ist...
Forecast.
Forecast, genau. So, 1 minute already played. Quite a quick game here. Let's see, the game continues now. RoboDragons seems to have kicked the ball over the field boundary, as it seems. So they should have collected already one foul, and they collected another foul for something. So they are at 2 fouls right now. Air Force also with 1 foul, just awarded right now because they were too close to the opponent's defense area. So I think during stop and the likes, robots are not allowed to move too close to the opponent's defense area. And Air Force ignored that, so they got a foul for that. If a team manages to get 3 fouls, they will be awarded a yellow card, which will last for 2 minutes and reduces the maximum allowed number of robots by 1. So both teams start with, in theory, 11 robots. They may have less robots on the playing field if they don't have that many working robots. But in theory, they are allowed to have 11 robots, but with each yellow card active, then the number of maximum permissible robots will be decreased by 1. And now there's a timeout for RoboDragons. As with the all other games, teams are allowed to take up to 4 timeouts during regular gameplay. And these 4 timeouts may last, in total, last up to 5 minutes. So this is the first timeout. The RoboDragons will have 3 left for the game, for the regular playtime. And yes, let's see what they do, or if they do something. It seems as if they are staring at their computer. So during a timeout, teams are allowed to touch both their software as well as their hardware. Because usually during gameplay, teams are not allowed to modify anything, any part of their setup, including the artificial intelligence which controls the PC, the robots, as well as the hardware. So the timeout concluded and the game continues with a not so good throw-in by RoboDragons, which immediately resulted in another ball placement, this time by Air Force, because RoboDragons kicked the ball out of the touch lines, that is the long sidelines. But Air Force struggles with placing the ball. If the team that has the advantage, that gets the right to bring their ball into play, if that team doesn't manage to succeed in placing the ball at the designated position, then the other team gets a chance to do so. And this will happen right now. So now RoboDragons should get the chance to place the ball, or they take another timeout. That's also possible. So another timeout, as you can see, it continues with 4 minutes. So that's their second timeout for the regular playtime. And RoboDragons also already has 1 yellow card because they kicked the ball too fast and interfered with ball placement, additionally to the kicking the ball outside of the field boundaries. So there's a maximum speed limit for the ball to be kicked, which is at 6.5 meters per second, which is roughly 21 kilometers per hour or so. I think 21.6. And teams are not allowed to kick the ball faster than that. That's a foul. So RoboDragons still with a second timeout. It seems as if they're changing the setup of their PC. So maybe they have trouble with their radio or any external hardware, because or maybe just the battery got low from the PC. I don't know. So there is like a single laptop or so which runs the artificial intelligence of a team. So there are 2 laptops, one for Air Force, one for RoboDragons, each running the artificial intelligence of the team. And the robots get detected via cameras hanging above the playing field, so they don't know where they stand by themselves, but instead they have that pattern on top of them. The 4 outer dots denote the player number, while the inner dot, which can be either blue or yellow, denotes the team color. So there's the blue team, RoboDragons, and the yellow team, Air Force. And so the camera detects those positions, decodes them, and then sends these information to the team laptops. They decide what to do with their robots and send the commands back to via radio back to the robots, which ideally do exactly these commands.
Bitte einfach meinen Blog schreiben. Danke. Nach dem Spiel bitte.
So, 2.5 minutes left for the timeout of RoboDragons. So I think they stopped their timeout, so the game will continue soon. Meanwhile, the Air Force robot is doing some practice, wheel practice, keeping its wheels oiled. So now the game continues with a power play for Air Force because RoboDragons still has that yellow card and it will last for nearly 2 minutes. However, RoboDragons still manages to start an attack. However, a rather aimless kick. So not an aimless kick as in Division B, but rather there was a other robot to get the ball pass. But still, an attack on the Air Force goal. So now ball placement for Air Force. Let's see if they manage to get it in time. They only have 1 second left. No, I don't think. Yes. Yes, they managed to succeed in placing the ball. So the game, so it was a corner kick, throw in, whatever, for Air Force. But the ball is already out of play again. And there's a ball placement by RoboDragons, so it is probably then a goal kick. Right? Corner kick. Ah. Moment, das ist so, nicht so, ich krieg das nicht hin, ich krieg die beiden nicht auseinander. And a robot substitution by Air Force. So 3.5 minutes left to play in this first half. And a ball placement still by Air Force, but I think RoboDragons interfered a bit with ball placement. However, this seems to not count. And Air Force also with a yellow card now due to crashes. So both teams now with a maximum permissible number of robots of 10. And the game continues with an attack on the RoboDragons half, but I think it's ball placement again. Yes, for Air Force. Oh, and another attack by Air Force. Let's see if they manage to shoot the ball quicker this time, but unfortunately the walls of RoboDragons here, so RoboDragon managed to avoid. So the Air Force succeeded in placing the ball. Therefore, they are allowed to do the throw-in after some discussions. And RoboDragons received another yellow card, so they are only allowed to have 9 robots on the playing field, but they currently had 10, so they needed to remove another robot. And that was an aimless kick, definitely, for sure. So Air Force did their throw-in. But that was very aimless. Okay, and now RoboDragons gets a chance to place a ball after Air Force failed to do so, and Air Force also with 2 yellow cards. So RoboDragons with 9 robots. Let's count Air Force robots. Also with 9 robots. So both teams currently at the maximum number of robots. Okay. Now a robot substitution. So RoboDragons probably only with 8 robots now. But they want to place another robot, so they're back at 9. I think this will be another failed attempt at ball placement for Air Force. But it is a bit tricky because it's in the very corner of the RoboDragons half. And Air Force also substituting 1 robot. So Air Force now with 8 robots. Okay, now both teams failed to place the ball, so the human referee needed to place it. So it's thrown for the original team. So Air Force in this case. And the ball is out again. Dabei ging es wirklich so fließend am Anfang. Wir haben die ganze Minute ununterbrochene Spielzeit. Jetzt.
Das ist gesagt haben.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the game is continuing. Let's see if something interesting happens now. Well, that is not interesting. So another ball placement.
Referee missing because it was a chip kick.
Ah. Okay, I see. And another, I think this is a goal kick then. Corner kick, dear Lord. Jetzt hätte ich nämlich aus dem Bauch das Corner Kick gesagt, aber weil ich immer Goal Kick sage, jetzt Corner Kick ist, habe ich jetzt gedreht.
Es ist im Corner, was soll das sonst sein?
Nee, das hängt davon ab, weil wenn du selber über die Goal Line kickst, ist es halt ein Corner Kick für das gegnerische Team. Und das war ja in dem Fall der Fall, weil der Air Force Roboter ist gegen den Ball gefahren und hat ihn über seine Goal Line gebracht. Wenn aber das gegnerische Team drüber macht, ist Goal Kick. Der ist dann hier. Meter entfernt. Aber ich krieg das immer im Kopf nicht hin. Jetzt wollte ich Corner Kick mal sagen, hab absichtlich gedreht, weil hier mal falsch liegt und jetzt wäre ich richtig gelegen.
Wobei jetzt schon wieder Blau hat keinen Ball mehr bekommen, jetzt ist er schon wieder
gedreht, ja. So ball placement failed for both teams, so it will be a corner kick for RoboDragons if the referee does not decide otherwise. Yeah.
Alguns casos somente para fazer o funcionamento da bolinha. É possível ver o padrão de cor de posicionamento.
Oh, and a shallow attempt at the Air Force goal, but still there are some RoboDragons robots around, so maybe this can become dangerous, but it won't, because the ball is once again out. And this will be a touch. Kick, throw-in. Gibt das jetzt so lange, bis ich es richtig mache? So already 2.5 minutes played of the first half of the game. Oh, and a nice shot by the goal to prevent, well, it wouldn't be a goal, but still the Air Force keeper didn't take a chance there and kicked the ball away. So now a very slow ball placement here. I don't think that 30 seconds will be enough for... Oh, in the wrong direction it seems. Yeah, I don't think that 30 seconds will be enough for that speed. So now Air Force might try it. That's the right direction, so maybe they will succeed. Perfectly received by the Air Force robot, and now the game continues. Unfortunately, no, that's a corner kick. A corner kick. Right.
Dragons Team? Nee, du kannst jetzt Goalkick sein, oder? Weil das haben doch gerade die...
Ne, das Dragons Team hat es zuletzt berührt. In ihrer Hälfte haben sie es zuletzt berührt.
Ja, aber dann ist es ein
Corner.
Cornerkick.
Genau, hervorragend. Mike, ich bin so gut. So, that is a corner kick. Ja. So some discussion between Air Force and the referee, but I don't know about what. By the way, both teams still having 2 yellow cards. Of course, the game is a bit slow right now, so the 2 minutes playtime aren't over yet for the yellow cards to expire. But a bit playtime here in front of the Air Force goal. Ending in a, I don't know, I couldn't see, probably a throw-in. No, it seems to be a corner kick, so it crossed the goal line then. So now I throw in for RoboDragons, and RoboDragons back with 10 robots, in theory at least, and I think they put their robot back. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. No, it's still 9 robots, I think. I think Air Force currently with 8 robots, so they would it would be allowed for them to have 9 robots, but I only count 8. So the game continues with a bit of playtime, actually. So RoboDragons trying the best to get past this Air Force defender, but it seems they failed. But at least the ball's now in the half of Air Force. But Air Force still trying with a second attempt on the goal of RoboDragons, but fails to do so. So the ball's back in Air Force half. And the ball's out and a throw in for Air Force. Very balanced gameplay. And 1 minute left of playtime for the first half. So ball placement attempt by Air Force. Let's see. I think it was a throw-in, if I heard correctly. Seems as if the dribbler is too weak. So robots have a dribbling device at their front, so that they can introduce or apply a back spin on the ball, so the back turns backward, ball turns backwards, and with that they can dribble a ball while moving backwards. However, it seems as if the dribbling device of Air Force doesn't have enough grip to actually control the ball or apply a backspin to it. So their ball control is not that good, but it's still enough for most of the ball placements to be successful. I don't think that this ball placement will work, but let's see. They still have 5. No, that doesn't work. So this will be a ball placement for RoboDragons then. Or a directly placed ball by the referee. And I think that angle is very bad. Yes, it is bad, because the ball immediately left the field again. And... Okay, doch kein Timeout. Ich hätte doch gar einen Timeout gehabt. Das wird wahrscheinlich die drüben sein. And another ball placement. Now the game continues, but once again the angle is just not good for a throw-in. So the ball immediately leaves the field again with a ball placement for Air Force and a throw-in for Air Force. And a robot substitution for RoboDragons. At least both teams now have no more active yellow cards, so they are both back at 11 robots, in theory at least. I count 8 robots from Air Force. And 8 robots from RoboDragons, I think. So both teams could put 3 more robots on the playing field.
So, die kicken sich hier entlang und dann ist wieder aus.
Dear Lord.
Wirklich was öde, ne?
Ah.
Okay, so if RoboDragons gets another foul, they will receive a third yellow card, or one active card, but their third yellow card in total.
Ja, aber ich muss doch dann zum Live hoch. Wenn die nicht endlich fertig werden, habe ich jetzt. Das ist klasse. Klasse. Dear Lord. Scheiße. Sieht wirklich jedes Mal so aus.
Ja. Well, a very interesting game so far.
That's the league has to offer. I think today.
That's what's the penalty shootout.
So, 12 seconds left for the first half of the game. As soon as these 12 seconds are over, which might take minutes depending on... nice 2x2 or... Oh, that's actual gameplay here. If A-Force manages to turn itself and to turn its robots and shoot at the goal, there might be even a goal. Now they're doing the gameplay they should have done the past 4 minutes, but gameplay is gameplay, so the game continues until now with 20 seconds in overtime for the first half time. The game, the first half is finished. Both teams now have 5 minutes of halftime break, during which they are allowed to touch their hardware and software. So probably both teams use this opportunity to replace batteries. And so if this game should end 0-0 after the second half, there will be overtime. And maybe even a penalty shootout. And I can tell you that much about all the teams here. Penalty shootout will not be beautiful. Because most teams didn't implement it or implement it well. Because like penalty shootout is like never a thing. Usually games always end before that. So 40 seconds left for the halftime break. Both teams seem to have prepared their robots for the upcoming second half. RoboDragons with 8 robots and Air Force with N. 8 as well. Okay, now it's still 8. 8 versus 8. Both teams would be allowed to play with 11 robots, but they probably don't have that many working robots right now, so they're playing 8 versus 8. And now the halftime break is over, so the second half will start soon. Ja, ja, weil der Rot ist. Die ist in Überzahl. Jetzt in der Nachspielzeit der Halbzeit. Ist immer so. Nachspielzeit der Halbzeit. Genau, eigentlich endet jetzt. Okay, so the second half begins with, I think, a kickoff by Air Force. No, a kickoff by RoboDragons. Oh, that was not a good kickoff. And so Air Force is trying their best to get closer to the goal of RoboDragons, but there is no good pass receiver. And a robot substitution by Air Force. I think the robot had trouble kicking. At least I heard always that kicking noise, but no kicking. And it seems as if the carpet is a bit damaged. Okay, the carpet is really damaged. Because the carpet consists of more than one piece probably. And usually you take 2 pieces along the long side, so the die Kante muss zusammentrifft, die edge of the 2 pieces of carpet are usually in the center of the playing field. So with this edge, let's call it that way, in the middle of the playing field is definitely damaged carpet. So the carpet has to be repaired before a game can continue. The great performance of our of our TC member here is definitely one of the highlights of this game. Okay, it seems as if the playing field was repaired, so the game should continue soon. And an attempt on the Air Force goal leading to a throw-in by... Yes. By RoboDragons, so they have to place the ball first. And RoboDragons failed to place the ball, so Air Force tries now, and that's definitely a ball placement interference here. Now also Air Force failed the ball placement, so the human referee has to place the ball. So throw in by RoboDragons. Little duel between Air Force and RoboDragons, leading to a throw in by RoboDragons, I think. Oh no, by Air Force actually. Okay, so the game continues. Okay, an attempt by Air Force on the goal of RoboDragons, but there's just no receiver once again for the pass or chip kick. Let's see if they can start another attempt on the goal. Oh, that could... No, that's... And I think that is, yes, a foul by the keeper of RoboDragons, because the keeper didn't shoot out shoot the ball outside his defense area in n seconds. Oh, and that could be a goal, and that is actually a goal. Non goal, but a goal. A horrible goal. Yeah, but a goal. So it's 1-0 for Air Force. Yes. Ich hoffe, dass noch ein zweites kommt. So I don't. Well, maybe it will get a second goal for RoboDragons. Then we could still have an overtime. But let's see. Currently, I would say that Air Force is the... Well, I don't think that stronger is the best term for it, but stronger team in this match. But both teams don't really impress that much. And a robot substitution by Air Force. Oh, okay, and Air Force seems to have a red card. Not that it matters, but they do have a red card, and they usually have around 8 robots. So if they get another red card, they might even feel the impact of those red cards and yellow cards they're currently gathering. Because Air Force currently has 8 robots, and that's the maximum they are allowed to have. So if they manage to get 2 more fouls, because they're currently having 16 fouls, then they will be awarded a third yellow card. But if you get a third yellow card while 2 others are still active, this new yellow card will be promoted to a red card instead. Of course, the red card being a yellow card which is permanently active until the end of the game. Oh, an attack by RoboDragons, actually a nice try. Unfortunately, and it ended in the corner of the Air Force field. Oh, okay, and blue now also has a second yellow card because the keeper holds the ball for too long. The robots were too fast, and they were too close to the defense area during stop. Another ball placement attempt by RoboDragons, but this doesn't seem to be right. Okay, and a robot substitution by Alpha, so they now have 7 robots. And RoboDragons do have also 7 robots, I think. No, 8. So it's 8 versus 7. De facto play. In theory, 8 versus 9. Let's see. Game is halted. Was? Ja. Mehr. So game continues, I think, with a free kick by Air Force, and Air Force trying the best to get a oh, and maybe a goal shot by Air Force. No, not a but the game's ball's still in play. Oh, and another a goal shot by RoboDragons actually, but the Air Force defenders were. Oh, that is. I think that is a goal for RoboDragons. Ich hab's gesagt, das ist mit dem Lack. Mit dem Lack ist das so eine Sache, ne? Das kann auch überall noch Tor. So they're currently discussing the goal, but if the goal counts, then it's 1-1. Yeah, well, 1-1. Air Force is trying to argue that I think, if I heard correctly, that they have too many robots, which I can't believe because I didn't see more than 8 robots for RoboDragons in a long time, and they are allowed to have 9 robots. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh well, they do have 9 robots actually on the field, but I only count 9. And it seems as if the goal counts. Yes, it counts. It's 1-1. So we are one step closer to a overtime. Ja, du hast die Differenz mal richtig. Ja, wenn die jetzt noch ankommen, hier macht jetzt noch ein Tor. Ja. Wenn RoboDragons jetzt ein Tor macht, dann hat, glaube ich, niemand in diesem Tippspiel richtig gestimmt. By the way, whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. So there are quite the high stakes in this game, but I would say that both teams are trying really hard right now. Game quality increased, I think, in the past minute of playtime.
O robô da equipe alemã vai tentar fazer o posicionamento da bolinha ali para fazer a cobrança do lateral. Bola posicionada. Na verdade, o lateral para a equipe japonesa. O robô da equipe alemã afasta o perigo.
And the game continues. Maybe Air Force manages to start an attack, but that's the wrong direction. Totally the wrong direction. But now on the second attempt, well, the first attempt actually then. And maybe, no, Air Force once again too slow, but they're still having the ball. So maybe second ball for Air Force. Wrong direction again, totally wrong direction again. And the ball is out of play. And there are 1.5 minutes remaining for the second half of the game. If the game should get into overtime, then the overcut time might ruin the schedule of the tournament, but let's see. And another robot substitution by Air Force, maybe? Air Force with 7 robots. Both teams with a yellow card.
Bola posicionada. Mais lateral agora para a equipe da RoboDragons.
So now a ball placement for RoboDragons. And a ball placement for Air Force. And, okay, a lot of yellow cards. 2 yellow cards now for both teams.
No, the robot substitute. Oh, yeah. It doesn't move, but it needs to move away from us.
So now a robot substitution by RoboDragons because one of the robots didn't move and it's in the way of the ball placement.
Lateral agora para a equipe alemã, o robô ele faz a cobrança disso. O robô da equipe japonesa está parado também.
I think Air Force currently with 7 robots. So game is halted right now. Don't know why. And it seems as if the other AI of RoboDragons crashed. So, about the upcoming matches after this one. The next match will be at 13:30 local Brazilian time. If we manage to finish this game up until 13:30, which I doubt. But according to schedule, the next game would be 13:30. between Tigers Mannheim and ZJUNlict.
Bom, aparentemente ele conseguiu resolver o RoboDragons se comunica. Posição de bola para o player force.
So now ball placement for Air Force. So an attempt by RoboDragons to shoot a goal here, or to at least to come close to the goal from Air Force. Now well, very dynamic at least here, moving the ball moving from one side to the other, and I think that is a corner kick for RoboDragons, because I think that a Air Force robot kicked the ball outside the field via the goal line. Ich hoffe, dieses Mal ist er richtig. Ich meine, ich kann die Regeln, ich vertausche die nur im Kopf. Ich kann die Regeln exakt an der Stelle. Ich krieg's nur nicht hin, sie anzuwenden.
Was hast du gesetzt bei dem Spiel?
2-0.
Du hast nicht gut gemacht. Wirst du wieder bei mir gehen.
Also, vergiss.
Dann müssen wir noch 2 Tore schießen, würde ich sagen. Damit er wenigstens 2 Punkte kriegt.
Ja, wir haben ja ganze Overtime dafür. So, the game continues. And if if neither Air Force nor RoboDragons manage to shoot a goal, RoboDragons might do that in the next seconds. Maybe. No, it doesn't. Wait. Air Force still not safe here. Yeah, if the ball now it's definitely overtime, because the regular game time is over. So this game will get into overtime. So there are now 5 minutes of overtime break, and then an overtime will start, consisting of 2 halves of 2.5 minutes each, with a 2.5 minute halftime break. And if this overtime break happens to end in a draw as well, then there will be a penalty shootout.
Ja, dann die Bundeskanal. Das ist wahr.
Laden? Okay. Kann ich dir nicht sagen. Warum sie keine wechseln, kann ich dir wahrscheinlich sagen, weil sie wahrscheinlich noch reichen. Aber warum sie keine laden, keine Ahnung. Das wäre doch mal eine Frage gewesen. Wie viele Also, es sollen ja Ziele sein im Turnier, aber vielleicht ist das eine interessante Frage, die man stellen kann in Zukunft.
Oh, das ist ja nicht geschrieben, dass wir 22 Fouls haben. Dragons 22 Fouls.
Nee, das. Ich hatte überlegt, ob es so Dinge macht, wie viele Fouls werden am Ende des Spiels werden über das Turnier.
Ja, das wäre eigentlich auch sehr gut.
Aber das Ding ist da.
Muss ja irgendjemand checken, ja.
Genau.
Aber du könntest sagen, was ist die maximale Anzahl an Fouls, die in einem Spiel erreicht wird, weil das kannst du dir eigentlich angucken. Weil,
Das kann ich rein, ja.
weil aktuell zum Beispiel werden es gerade 44 von beiden Teams.
Ja. Ja, aber das
Was schon echt viel ist.
Ja.
Und? Wie ist dieses Tor passiert? Ich habe das Gegentor nicht gesehen.
Ey, das war so ein peinlich. Wir haben Chips sind irgendwie an unserem Centerback abgeprallt, dass der Ball ist dann zu uns gerollt und unser Keeper hat auf einmal die Augen zugemacht.
Das war ein Eigentor oder was?
Ja, Eigentor.
Wow.
Ja, natürlich, ein Eigentor, ja.
hab's nicht gesehen.
Unser Keeper hat Punkt.
Okay.
Der wäre also ich weiß nicht, ob er nicht reingerollt wäre, wenn der Keeper gar nicht drin stünde. Also ob der Keeper eine Aufgabe hätte müssen. Aber Fakt ist, der Keeper hat es reingekickt.
Okay.
Es waren beides Eigentore.
Nee, das eine war ja kein Eigentor.
Doch, das
oder?
war ein Eigentor.
Echt jetzt?
Ja.
Ich dachte, wir haben ganz schwach geschossen. Einfach.
Nee, das ist gegen den RoboDragons Keeper und dann nach hinten.
Also gegen den Verteidiger, nehme ich an, oder?
Ja, halt gegen Keeper.
Naja, okay, er war noch dran.
Zentimeter davon entfernt. Aber von hier hat man das ganz gut gesehen. Der Ball, das war wirklich ganz close. Wenn hier dann das Tor ist, dann war der wirklich hier. Also er war garantiert reingegangen.
Ja.
Also er wäre schon, wenn der Torwart nicht da gewesen wäre, wäre er schon trotzdem.
Ja, aber dann ist es kein Eigentor.
Naja.
Nee, dann ist es kein Eigentor. Eigentor ist was wir gemacht haben. Wir wollten rauschippen, der ist bei unserem eigenen Arsch abgefallen und dann reingegangen.
Fakt ist, er ist gegen den Torwart von RoboDragons und dann hat er die Torlinie passiert. Eigentor. Aber ich gebe dir recht, wenn der Torwart gar nicht existiert hätte, wäre es immer noch ein Tor. Also es wäre ein so und so ein Tor. Aber der Letzte, der es berührt hat, bevor es die Torlinie passiert hat, war der Torwart. Aber das Eigentor. Auch Eigentor ist eine interessante Frage, aber auch eine sketchy one, weil du viel diskutierst. So 1 minute left for the second halftime break, or the overtime break, however you call it. And then we will start with the first half of the overtime. Die werden resettet. Ja, genau, so meine ich, es gibt neue irgendwie. Weil ich weiß nur die Zeiten, aber die Timeouts wusste ich jetzt auch nicht aus dem Kopf.
Wir haben jetzt wieder 2,5 Minuten Timeout.
Denke. Ja, ich glaube aber, das war
Wie lange ist
formal.
die Overtime?
2,5 Minuten each. Zweimal 2,5 Minuten. Also effektiv ist es quasi ein neues Spiel, plus alles halt. Okay, so the overtime break is over, so the overtime starts soon. And Air Force gets the kickoff. Okay, with some actually very nice passes here until now. And the game is out of play, and I think, yeah, Air Force gets to place the ball. So let's see if they manage to do that, because this would be a very great position for Air Force to have a throw-in. And Air Force manages to succeed the ball placement and tries to shoot a goal. Maybe they... No, but the ball is still in play and still in front of the goal of... or defense area of RoboDragons. Now RoboDragons gets a chance, being very close to the defense area of Air Force. But I think the ball was out of play. So the ball was definitely out, but I'm curious who gets the... okay, RoboDragons gets the throw-in. And the dangerous situation in front of Air Force. but the keeper managed to stand in the way of the ball, and now the ball pings back and forth between both halves, and out of the play again. Game again. Field. So ball placement for RoboDragons. The RoboDragons having 2 active yellow cards, so they are only allowed to have 8 robots because both teams seem to have 1 red card right now. So also Air Force with no active yellow cards only is allowed to have 10 robots on the playing field.
Bola sendo posicionada pelo robô da equipe japonesa. E tem 3 segundos para finalizar esse posicionamento de bola. Vai ser divertido.
So 1.5 minutes left in the first half of the overtime.
Bola posicionada, lateral para a equipe alemã. Bola vai chegando ali.
And another attempt on the Air Force goal. Actually quite dangerous for Air Force. But the defender wall was there to prevent the goal. Or protect the goal.
Escanteio agora para a equipe japonesa. O robô ele tenta jogar a bola na área.
And I think that ball was chipped out of the game by Air Force. Well, they at least defended their goal, so I think it's fine. But still a foul by Air Force. So Air Force now with, I think, 24 fouls, so they should have, yes, get a yellow card. So get a yellow card. The other 2 fouls were a crash with RoboDragons and ball kicking too fast.
Substituição do Diogo.
Schon fast machen die im Rahmen, wenn BTS, ja? So the game is running again. Both teams now with yellow cards. Air Force with 1, RoboDragons with 2, with 1 expiring soon. So Air Force with 9 robots at max, and RoboDragons with 8.
Faltando 1 minuto aproximadamente aí no final desse primeiro tempo de prorrogação. Lembrando que quem vencer essa partida vai jogar um jogo de 5 da tarde.
Yeah. So the game continues once again in front of the Air Force defense area. So I would say that RoboDragons is actually dominating the first half of the overtime. But they still don't manage to shoot a goal. But they try, and maybe one of the goals will actually hit. One of the shots will actually hit the goal. So let's see. But now it's Air Force turn at trying to. But this is ball placement. Sorry, it's currently a ball placement. Yeah. So now an attempt by Air Force actually, but it's a corner kick for Air Force now because the robots from RoboDragons kicked the ball out of via the goal line. So let's see if Air Force manages to place the corner kick. I don't think so. Air Force usually has trouble placing balls in the corner. So let's see if RoboDragons manages to place the ball. If referees still don't decide otherwise, because game is halted.
Your shadow has darkened the blobs on top of the robots.
So Air Force gets another ball placement attempt because the shadow of the ball handler or robot handler of RoboDragons covered like or interfered with the vision. So the ball was actually invisible. Okay, Air Force now substituting one of their robots. They currently have, I think, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the field. Okay, 8 robots on the field. So game is now running. Let's see if Air Force manages to... no. No, Air Force didn't manage to convert this great starting position into a goal. So 16 seconds left for the first half of the overtime. And it's still 1-1. So now, I think the automatic referee detected a double touch by RoboDragons, so Air Force gets a ball placement. And I think they succeed. And let's see if they can manage to shoot another goal. No, but the game ball still in play until now. And I think now the first half of the overtime is over. With a very promising attempt by Air Force at the end. But still, it's 1-1 for both teams. So 2.5 minutes, I think, of overtime, half-time break. Then the second half of the overtime will start, and if this half also ends with a 1-1 score or with a draw, then a penalty shootout will happen. Ja.
Was passiert eigentlich nach der Verlängerung?
Penalty shootout. So the overtime halftime break has finished. So the second half of the overtimes will start soon. Let's see if one of the teams manages to shoot a goal. And that was a double touch by RoboDragons, so they didn't kick the ball immediately after bringing it into play. So now Air Force tries to place the ball in the center of the field, and I think they succeed with that. So they get the kickoff now, or the free kick, but. And that's a shot on the direct shot on the goal, and oh, that's ping pong here with the ball. Air Force currently in possession of the ball, but doesn't manage to pass it to it. Oh, and another interesting attack on the goal of Air Force. And the ball is shot out of the field again, but I don't know by which team. And a robot substitution by RoboDragons. So very strong gameplay by RoboDragons so far. In the first half of the overtime, and in the beginning of the second half. RoboDragons currently trying to place a corner kick. I think they succeed. No, it doesn't seem so. And Air Force gets a second yellow card, thus only being allowed to play with up to 8 robots. And the game continues, and Air Force tries its best to get the ball. No, well, I don't know if it tries its best, but they try to do things with the ball. And now they chip the ball to the opponent's half, but there is no robot from Air Force there. And a double robot substitution by both teams, Air Force as well as RoboDragons. And 1.5 minutes left in the second half of the overtime. And another robot substitution by RoboDragons, I think. Wie viel haben wir? So it seems as if we have got a corner kick for Air Force here. And 7 robots. So now the corner kick is awarded to Air Force anyways, because none of the teams managed to place the ball successfully.
Mauer da einfach.
Ela posicionada lateral para intercar, os robôs vão passando a bolinha ali. Olha o da equipe japonesa.
So the game is ball is in play once again. No, it's not. It's ball placement. Sorry.
They're gonna send me at some point. Apparently I'm gonna have to go upstairs at some point. Okay. Be looking at the outside.
Thanks.
And the game continues.
Tigers,
Faltando 59 segundos agora para o final dessa prorrogação.
Explain airport.
Tentativa de passar
Let's see if this yeah, if Air Force manages to get closer to the goal of RoboDragons or the defense area of RoboDragons. No, it's actually RoboDragons who gets closer to the defense area of Air Force on a ball placement.
faltando 37 segundos agora para
Dribble too far. Okay, because ball dribbled too far by RoboDragons. But that is definitely a goal kick.
o robô vai usando o seu de drible para posicionar a bolinha.
And the old game of RoboDragons shooting, doing throw-ins and goal kicks with a too shallow angle. Therefore struggling to get the ball from the corner.
Posicionamento da bola agora foi invertido pela equipe japonesa. Ele vai posicionar a bolinha para fazer a cobrança do lateral. Oito segundos restantes.
So Air Force currently with 28 fouls and 1 active yellow card and 1 red card, and RoboDragons with 32 fouls. Oh, 33 fouls, 2 active yellow cards, and now a third yellow card, which was converted to a red card because they already had 2 active red cards. So RoboDragons now with 2 red cards and a maximum allowed number of robots of 7. And 17 seconds of playtime left for the second half of the overtime. And I think that might be a goal. No?
oh, too fast.
Okay. The ball was too fast. Ja, aber ich war da jetzt gar nicht geistig Aufnahme bei dem Scheiß hier. Yeah, so this goal doesn't count because it was too fast with 8.2 meters per second, so definitely too fast. So sometimes it's very, one is unsure if it was really too fast because, well, the AI says like 6.6 meters per second with a maximum permissible speed of the ball of 6.5, but in this case with 8.2 meters per second, it's definitely too fast. So it's still 1-1, 12 seconds left. But still, RoboDragons dominating the overtime. And a robot substitution by Air Force. Air Force now with an astonishing number of 6 robots. Well, yeah, and RoboDragons with 7 robots, but they couldn't, aren't allowed to put place more robots onto the playing field. So, and another timeout by RoboDragons. The timeout counters should have been reset. So I think the team started with a new timeout of 2.5 minutes, and I don't know the number of times they are allowed to take timeouts. But I think their timeout timer was reset with the overtime, start of the overtime.
Posicionamento de bola, finalizado pelo robô. Segue faltando 12 segundos para a terceira prorrogação. Cobrança de lateral para a equipe japonesa. Robô tenta o cruzamento, a bola interceptada ali pela equipe alemã.
So game continues. Very close to the defense area of Air Force. And one RoboDragon attacker trying to get its best to shoot at the goal. The ball is still not clear. And I think this is it for the overtime. So, well, now we get a penalty shootout. After a, I think, preparation phase or preparation penalty shootout break.
No, not yet, because we're not yet at the time. That's fine, just measure it. Wait a minute. Under the camera, roughly. Good, that's perfect.
Lembrando que as cobranças de pênalti nessa categoria elas não acontecem igual no futebol tradicional. O robô ele tem que sair do seu campo de defesa, ele tem 10 segundos para fazer a cobrança. Como se fosse uma natural, como o futebol de Fred.
Ist auch nichts, was du sehen willst.
Ist nicht so spannend.
So it seems as if preparations for a penalty shootout are nearly finished. Well, some reparations are necessary for the...
Essa equipe de infraestrutura ali fazendo os ajustes necessários para a cobrança de pênalti.
So now definitely everything is prepared. So penalty shootout it is.
Agora teremos pênaltis. E às 2 horas da tarde, teremos Tigers contra Zunlict lá no Vaga da Frente final de manhã. Aí a próxima começa completamente.
Okay, the penalty shootout starts with Air Force. Ah, dear Lord. Oh God.
Ich weiß ja nicht, euer Penalty Shootout könnt ihr knapp nicht nochmal bearbeiten.
Okay, very interesting penalty shootout here. I don't think that it counts, but I don't know if the defense area is still active during the penalty shootout, so not sure, but I don't think that it counts. Well, let's see. I just heard that the penalty rules are weird, so maybe it counts.
Guck jetzt die scheiß Regeln nochmal nach.
Even the referees do have to look up the rules right now, so...
Lukas weiß auch nicht, was die Regeln sind. Scheiße.
Ich weiß nicht mehr, was die Regeln für Penalty Shootout sind. Also, ich habe sie mir gestern vom Streamen nochmal alles durchgelesen und ich weiß auch nicht, wie die Regeln für Penalty Shootout sind. Also,
Weißt du die Regeln?
Penalty Shootout, nee.
ich glaube, es weiß hier wirklich fast niemand die
Die
Regeln.
Regel, also wann braucht man das?
Genau, also bei aller Liebe.
Ich glaube auch, wir haben zu komplizierte Regeln insgesamt. Also ganz ehrlich, wenn sowas gang und gäbe ist, dass man die Regeln nachlesen muss, dann...
Das sehe ich auch immer so. Wenn die Regeln sollten nicht zu heftig nachlesen werden. Also es gibt vielleicht mal ein Szenario, dass du im Spiel mal irgendwie im Turnier mal nachlesen musst. Okay, alles gut, aber nicht bei einem Turnier-Ding. Ja. Also, ich hätte halt gesagt, ein freies Feld, normale Spielregeln, Kasten gilt, darfst du reinfahren, weil sonst könntest du einfach Gewalt anwenden und du musst halt spätestens angeschossen haben. Aber, und dann würde ich noch einen Timer drauf jagen und sagen, du musst es in 15 Sekunden schaffen, weil dann kannst du es hart definieren, okay, der Ball bewegt sich nicht mehr, da passiert nichts mehr. That's it. Komplizierter ist es nicht. Also so hätte ich das gemacht. Kasten gilt. Und dann ist das logischerweise nicht gültig.
Nee, das ist ja, also ich meine jetzt auch, wenn man ans Fußball denkt, ist ja nicht gültig, wenn du den Ball ins Tor trägst.
Genau, richtig, richtig. Deswegen, du hast deinen, gut, beim Fußball hast du ja den Kick tatsächlich, wo
Ja,
der liegt, aber trotzdem, du hast die Idee, dass du eine Distanz, gewisse Mindestdistanz zum Tor hast, sonst ist es ja lame. Und deswegen hätte ich halt den Defense Area aktiv gelassen. No goal, no goal. Okay, so it is no goal. Which is a good decision because that would be a really ugly goal. So now it's RoboDragons attempt at shooting a goal. Maybe they perform better than Air Force. Oh, and I think no. Okay, that would be okay. I think that is no go. Okay, so Air Force actually defended that penalty kick.
0.1 meter.
Zero.
Second.
Yes, but Air Force did defend it. Don't get confused. They are not cheering for us right now. So if you hear. There are more interesting games currently, but hopefully Air Force versus ZJUNlict versus Tigers will be around the corner as soon as this game finishes.
Bridget tries to do for like an hour. I mean, how could that be a goal?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Divine. Oh, das wird jetzt aber kann durchaus spannend werden, weil jetzt kann das Spiel hier irgendwie 6:1 aussehen. Nicht 2:1, aber 6:5.
Was macht ihr?
Okay, that was also not the best penalty shootout attempt by Air Force. As I already said, penalty shootouts are not beautiful because no team really implemented it. So let's see how RoboDragons performs with the second try. At least shoot, yeah. That is a definitely valid goal, I think. That is definitely valid. It was a really beautiful penalty shootout, actually.
Die haben immerhin geschossen.
But it seemed pretty fast, so probably maybe they won't count it because it was faster than 6.5 meters per second. It seems as if it was not detected, so the AI referee does not know how fast it was. Yeah, but it was rejected right now, so yeah, it seemed really fast actually. So it's probably was faster than 6.5 meters per second. But RoboDragons having a better performance than Air Force right now at the penalty shootout, and. Oh, but that was definitely not too fast, and that was also a acceptable penalty shootout. Let's see if the goal counts. So they seem to be discussing whether dribbling caused any problems. By the way, the player of Air Force doing the penalty shootouts is Tagliatelle, robot number 13.
I think it's pronounced Tagliatelle.
Huh? Tagliatelle? Well,
I think it's
Tagliatelle? Okay, Tagliatelle then. Okay, so there are a lot of discussions about this goal, whether it counts or not, because I'm not sure. They're discussing about whether it is allowed to substitute robots, I think, and many rules questions.
Excessively substitute robots, yeah.
So there also seem to be a lot of messages in the from the automatic referee with robot substitutions and excessive robot substitutions.
Excessively substitute. Das ist jetzt so ein Pain, weil niemand die Regeln nicht okay.
Übrigens sind 5 attempts.
5 attempts.
Das ist auch das zweite offizielle Penalty Shootout in der Div A, seit die Regel eingeführt wurde. Und das erste war 23. das Finale gegen ZJUNlict von uns. Das passiert auch nicht so oft.
Ja, jetzt gibt es jetzt halt mit diesen beiden Teams, die das beide nicht so richtig implementiert haben. Ich meine, Air Force, die einfach mit dem Ball ins Tor fahren wollen und RoboDragons, die Geschwindigkeitslimit voll nicht
Ja, aber das ist ja nicht legal, wenn die in der Penalty waren.
Also den einen haben sie zum Glück so ein bisschen einmal weggeschubst, aber das andere Mal sind sie mit. Oh, das verzählt. That's what's it.
Okay, so the goal, it seems to that the goal counts, so it's 2-1 for Air Force. So let's see if RoboDragons manages to score another goal for them, or if it stays 2-1 for Air Force. The double kicking attempt once again. And now it's a and that is a slow goal, so I think that it will be valid. I think it will be well.
So equal.
Jetzt wird es doch spannend.
Crazy.
Jetzt wird es doch echt spannend. Was geht einfach wieder 10 Minuten Diskussion?
Es wird hier durchgespielt, bis es einen Gewinner gibt. Aber die Schedule.
Ja, man wurde halt knallhart nach einer Dreiviertelstunde ein Spiel abgemacht.
Ja, aber das ist ja schon RoboCup und ich sage, na, oh,
Dafür konnten sie sich gar nicht Zeit nachhalten.
ja, wer sagt uns das? So, my team is arguing that it was more than 9. I disagree. That's a lot of
Bom, na visão do narrador aqui, eu não consigo
So I don't even understand what they're arguing, but they're arguing that it was more than 90 degree relative to something. But the goal counts, so it's 2-2 for both teams. So I think this was the third attempt by both teams, so there are 2 more to go.
Jetzt wieder 3 Schüsse, oder?
Nee, es sind 5. 5 Schüsse und wenn dann noch Gleichstand ist, dann geht's 1-1. Okay, but this attempt by Air Force, I don't think that it counts.
Probably touched it in.
Yeah.
Good. They were inside the defense area. The ball did not get touched inside the Oh. So it's now goes.
Okay, it seems as if the goal was valid because while the robot of Air Force was inside the defense area, it didn't touch the ball inside it. So it did kick the ball outside the defense area, then drove inside it. So it's still a valid goal. But a lot of discussions about every goal and not goal and
Mas o último toque dele tá sendo
Ele vai fazer o chute, ele não consegue o chute.
okay, that's definitely not a goal. So that's the 4th attempt. So there should be, if I read the rules correctly, a 5th attempt, and then the score will be checked, the last attempt, and if the score then is equal, then there will be more attempts, but after 5 attempts by each team, the score is checked. And that's definitely not a goal. Well, RoboDragons gets another chance. Yeah. Yeah, or not the last chance. If they actually manage to draw and to shoot a goal, then the penalty shootout will be continued. And I think this is also a valid goal because I think the speed was fine. So yes, the goal counts. So it's once again 3-3, and the penalty shootout will be continued. So now it will always be a set of one attempt for each team, and after each attempt, the score will be checked if there's a winner. So both teams get another chance now. Oh, and that was not a goal. Definitely not a goal. So now it's RoboDragons' chance to win this game and end it. Let's see, they had a great statistic so far, with most of their attempts leading to a goal, or at least a goal shot. And that is a goal, and I think that's it for Air Force. I think this will be valid. I'm pretty sure that it will be valid. So it's 3-4 for RoboDragons. So let's wait until the referee approves this goal. But they seem to be discussing. For me, it looked fine. It seems as if the two auto referees, AI referees, disagree on this goal. While one it seems that it thinks that it's valid. The other, I think, says that the ball was too fast. Es war eine Liebe, es war valid.
So if one thinks it's too fast, one doesn't think it's too fast, then it's probably not too fast. So, alright.
Okay, so as not both of the auto referees detected the ball being too fast, the referee decided that the goal is indeed valid. So it's a 4-3 for RoboDragons, and with that score, it's vorbei. Soll jetzt vorbei sein. It's over. What's happened? Yeah.
How many attempts were there?
5, I think 5, and that's the 6th one.
So it's
Over.
So Air Force started. RoboDragons was second, and this was the 6th attempt from RoboDragons.
Yes, so it should be over.
Yes. It's over.
Yes, okay. Little discussion here if it's over, but game is over. RoboDragons wins, and I think at least definitely for the overtime as well as for the penalty shootout, they deserved it. Definitely deserved it. Great game by them, at least in the overtime and penalty shootout. So this means that probably, first of all, probably no one would have expected that final score. But more than that, it means that Air Force is out of the tournament, and RoboDragons will play their next game, I think 18:30, against the loser of the next game. So the next game will be, well, the next game is scheduled to be at 13:30 local Brazilian time. However, we have 13:55 right now. So the next game will start sometime soon.
RoboCIn.
And the loser of that game will play against RoboDragons at 18:30 local time. I think that game will start on time. I don't think that it will be delayed as well. So see you then, or don't know, and bye. So the next game will start immediately after the photo, it seems. So so yeah, the next game is between Tigers Mannheim from Germany, who won every game so far, and most of the games with 10-0 or 8-0, and ZJUNlict from China. Five, yeah, first RoboDragons.
Wie steht es mit dem Kommentieren, Mike? Machst du das jetzt noch?
So, hello and back everyone in the stream. So the next game is starting. As I already told you, it's between Tigers Mannheim and ZJUNlict. So Tigers Mannheim being the winner of the first knockout game of this day from 9 a.m. Local time. And ZJUNlict so this game was against EFOS. And ZJUNlict being the winner of the second game against RobôCIN. So whoever wins this game will advance directly advance to the final tomorrow. The loser will advance to the semifinals also tomorrow. So currently nothing, no real attack on any of the team's goals has happened so far. And Tigers, ZJUNlict has a throw in. So let's see it. ZJUNlict is trying hard to avoid a free shoot line for the Tigers robot, but it's still very close to the defense area. So let's see if. Oh yes, so that was a very far shot by ZJUNlict. So now the ball is very far away from the defense area, but only for a short time because Tigers managed to get it back and tries another time to shoot a goal. Let's see how that works out for them. Oh, ZJUNlict could defend the goal once again, so still 0-0. So another thrown by Tigers, and and that was, well, it definitely was a very aggressive shot by the ZJUNlict keeper to keep the ball away from its goal. But the ball also left the field, so that's a foul for ZJUNlict. So the game is still halted. Again, continues now. With a throw by Tigers. Okay, so ZJUNlict once again trying to get the ball away as far away as from the goal as possible, but Tigers are very quick at getting the ball back. However, ZJUNlict having a great defense so far. And that was also a very, very close shot here for Tigers. They nearly managed to score a goal. However, the goalkeeper from ZJUNlict was there and stopped the ball. Very offensive play by ZJUNlict. And another attempt by Tigers at the goal, but the ZJUNlict keeper once again was able to defend it. But this ball, see if the Tigers manages to score a goal in the fourth attempt. So the game is currently dominated by Tigers, and there's already 2.5 minutes played in this game, so a bit faster than the last one. And the game continues, but is immediately stopped because the ball is out of play. So ZJUNlict already having 3 fouls, and that is a yellow card for them. So they are only allowed to have 10 robots on the playing field, whereas Tigers still has all of its 11 robots. And a very fast shot by ZJUNlict, but unfortunately for them, it ended behind the goal line from Tigers, so it's a goal kick for Tigers. And once again, the ball is close to the ZJUNlict defense area, but ZJUNlict managed to get it away, so it's now in the Tigers half, or it's once again in the ZJUNlict half. Tigers searching a pass receiver, and now a ball placement. And ZJUNlict winning that duel against Tigers robot, but still Tigers managed to interfere with the passing, so they won the ball. So it's once again a ball placement, very close to the goal, I think, from ZJUNlict. So now ZJUNlict tries to get closer to the defense area. Let's see if Tigers allows that. No, they intercepted the pass. And the ball is out of play again. And Tigers gets the ball placement. So no, ZJUNlict intercepted that pass, but has no pass recipient receiver on its own. So it's once again a ball placement for Tigers, and a throw-in probably, because Tigers will probably manage to succeed with the ball placement. So a bit more than 1 minute left in this first half. The focus of the game shifted a bit more towards the Tigers side now. But I think it's once again out of play. Probably either goal shot or a corner kick, I don't know. But probably the ball left the field via the goal line. Oh, and ZJUNlict already with 7 fouls, right? While Tigers only has 2. However, Tigers is 1 foul away from a yellow card. Tigers once again trying to score a goal, and that was a goal. Yes, that was a goal indeed, if it wasn't too fast, but I don't think so. So this might be the first goal of the game. 40 seconds left in the first half. And it is a valid goal for Tigers. So it's the new score is 1-0 for Tigers Mannheim. So kickoff for ZJUNlict. Let's see if they manage to increase the score to 1-1 or even the score. But And Tigers needs to remove take one of the robots out because they received their third foul and now also have a yellow card, with the yellow card from ZJUNlict soon expiring. So the game moving towards the defense area of ZJUNlict. And now ZJUNlict gets a chance to place a ball and have a throw in after the Tigers robot kicking it out of the game. A lot of nice shots by ZJUNlict in the middle of the field. Now they're trying to get their way towards the goal of Tigers, but unfortunately they received the pass too far away, so the ball went across the goal line of Tigers. Which means a goal shot probably for Tigers. And the first half is over already. So far, the game was dominated by Tigers. However, also ZJUNlict had very great chances at scoring goals here. So we cannot be sure if ZJUNlict won't have a comeback. Only one score so far, one goal so far. So the team members from Tigers checking their robots if everything is fine. Oh, even a robot from Tigers was removed from it. From the field. It seems that if player 0 had some problems with, I think, the pattern. But I don't think that Tigers will have any problems just because they had to remove a robot, so they will have like 10 in spare. Roughly half of the half-time break is over, and there's question of where Air Force versus the RoboDragons. What was the result? 4-3 for RoboDragons. Was 4-3 for RoboDragons. After a penalty shootout. So it was, I think, 1-1. After 0-0 after the 1-1. Oh, okay, already 1-1 after the regular playtime. Then it got into overtime. However, neither of the teams managed to shoot another goal, so it stayed 1-1 until the end of overtime. And then during the penalty shootout, RoboDragons managed to get in the lead with a 4-3 score. So 20 seconds left in the halftime break. It seems that they found something on the playing field, like I think a O-ring. It's probably the name, the English name for O-ring. But both teams are already ready, I think, to play the second half. And the second half gets prepared now. And ZJUNlict gets the kickoff. Starting with an attempt to move towards the Tiger's goal. But Tigers intercepted the robot and forced it to move the ball outside of the field. Tiger still with a yellow card from the first half, lasting around 40 seconds, so they are only allowed to have 10 robots, while ZJUNlict has no active yellow cards and 11 robots, and it seems as if Tigers Mannheim has dropped some parts, so that's another foul for them. So it seems that they lost Okay. First thing first. So it seemed another attack by Tigers, which ultimately led to a goal. It seems. Let's wait if the goal counts. I think it counted. Until we know whether it counted or not, back to the dropping parts thing, it seems as if Tigers lost their team color cardboard. And the goal counts, so it's 2-0. So 2-0 for Tigers Mannheim in the second half of this game. The fourth knockout game, I think, of the day. So kick-off for ZJUNlict. Oh, that was a bad kickoff, it seems, but ZJUNlict managed to so it was a double touch. And there is also a robot substitution, probably the robot that didn't shoot properly during kickoff. So now ZJUNlict with 10 robots. And another foul by Tigers due to a crash. And nearly a goal by Tigers. Tigers now with 5 fouls, so very close to a second yellow card, but ZJUNlict also with 8 fouls. So ZJUNlict tries hard to get the ball away from Tigers robots, but Tigers robots are everywhere. They're close to the defense area, so they're having quite the issue getting those robots away from them. Let's see if Tigers manages to convert that great starting position into another goal, or if ZJUNlict can start a counter-attack. And ZJUNlict raised a challenge flag, it seems. But first of all, ZJUNlict has another yellow card, and maybe that's the reason why they raised a challenge flag.
screams to give us to actually
Ein Standfuß.
Ist egal.
So it seems they are still discussing something, whatever the challenge flag was. Or okay, and the game continues. I don't know the outcome of the challenge flag, but maybe we will find out. But first of all, let's get back to the game. So ZJUNlict trying to get make their way towards the goal of Tigers. However, Tigers is always in their way, and now Tigers is trying to get another goal. But ZJUNlict is avoiding that at all costs. And now Tigers missed the ball, I think, and the ball went out. So ZJUNlict may place the ball and then do a throw-in. However, the throw-in, the aim of the throw-in didn't hit any of the robots from ZJUNlict, and immediately went out again. And I think there was some gluing tape on the field. So the game can continue now. Tigers trying to place the ball. ZJUNlict trying to place the ball, thank you. ZJUNlict trying to place the ball, and they succeeded in doing so. So they try another attempt at the Tigers goal, and that was nearly an own goal, I think. The ball hit a Tigers robot and then moved towards the goal, but fortunately it just passed the goal. So I think another attempt now, Tigers trying their best to score a goal.
Another challenge.
And it seems as if Blue raised another challenge flag. Meanwhile, About the goal kick. Okay, about the goal kick. So, meanwhile, Blue crashed into. So ZJUNlict crashed into Tigers Mannheim. That is, they now have 10 fouls and 1 active yellow card. Tigers has 6 fouls and 1 active card, yellow card as well. So both teams playing with a maximum number of robots of 10 and probably also an actual number of robots of 10. And now Tigers trying to get that ball away from their goal. And another ball placement. There's still 2 and a bit more than 2.5 minutes left in the second half of this game. Tigers currently leading the game with a score of 2-0. But maybe ZJUNlict can change something about that. Let's see. Oh, that was a far shot. So maybe Tigers now gets a chance to score another goal. Let's see. Great position for a goal, but the defenders stood in their way and protected their goal. So that should be a corner kick probably, because I think the ZJUNlict defender touched the ball last. So another try. Let's see. No, yes, the ball is still in play. And ZJUNlict trying to get it away. But now it is outside the field. And Tigers Mannheim gets a ball placement and throw in. Tigers lost that ball, so it is a goal kick now for ZJUNlict. But the Tigers immediately back at the ball and trying another attempt at the goal, and very close, but the ZJUNlict keeper was there to stop it. But the ball's still in play. Well, now the ball's no longer in play. And it's back in play again. ZJUNlict still trying to get the ball away from him. Unfortunately, most of their team members are in their half, so they don't have that many receivers for long passes. Both teams now back with 11 robots. However, both teams, Tigers with 7 fouls and ZJUNlict with 10. So a bit more than 1 minute left to play. And still, most of the time the ball is inside the ZJUNlict half of the game or field. And with Tigers permanently attacking the defense area of ZJUNlict. And yeah, then now the ball's out, I think, by ZJUNlict. So I think Tigers gets the throw in. Let's see. And a robot substitution by Tigers. But they don't care because they have enough spare robots. And now it's a throw in for ZJUNlict. Let's see if they can make something out of that throw in. Ah, no, that's not how you score goals, unfortunately. So now Tigers gets a goal kick. So this might be maybe the last, no, or maybe the last attack of the game, and nearly a goal, but the score, oh, and if there is a goal 3 seconds before the end of the game, it's probably goal unless it was too fast. No, it wasn't too fast. It is a goal indeed. So Tigers increases the goal count to 3-0. 3 seconds before the end of this game. Okay, so the last kickoff of this match by ZJUNlict. And they also got another yellow card, so they're playing with 10 robots against Tigers Mannheim, who are still having 11 robots. Although being one foul away from another yellow card themselves. And that's the end of the game, I think. Yeah, so a very spectacular end with that kickoff, but nonetheless a win for Tigers Mannheim. So Tigers Mannheim advances to the finals of this RoboCup, which will be held at tomorrow at, let's see the schedule here. Tomorrow at I think 12:30 local time. While ZJUNlict has another game against the winner of the upcoming match, which will be played at 18:30 local time, so 6:30 p.m. And the winner of that game will compete against ZJUNlict at the first match of tomorrow, the semifinals, which will be held at 10 a.m. local time. So the next match is 6:30 p.m. in 4 hours. Until then, see you later. das stimmt auch.
Ja, das sieht wunderbar aus.
Ja. Hello and welcome everyone in the live stream for the last match of this day that will be held between RoboDragons and against RobôCIN. And yeah, so the match will start in around 7 minutes or so, and we will see each other there. So we're finally back. The game is about to start. So this is the last game of the first knockout day of RoboCup 2025 SSL League here in Salvador, Brazil. So the RoboCIN played in the second match of the day against ZJUNlict and lost there. I don't know the score, but they lost. And RobODragons played against Air Force in a very dramatic game and won 4-3 in the penalty shootout. So now the game officially started, however it immediately stopped because the kickoff was not done properly. So now the game continues with an attack by and a goal by RoboCIN, the first goal of the game after 14 seconds of play. Even Tigers isn't that fast. I didn't even manage to finish my explanation, so let's do that now while the referees are discussing this goal, which will probably be valid. RoboCIN as the yellow team with the yellow dot in the center of the robots, and RoboDragons as a blue team with a blue dot in the center of the robots. So yes, the goal counts, and so it's officially 1-0 for RoboCIN after 14 seconds of play. Let's see what happens next. So kickoff by RoboDragons. Not the strongest one, but it's the game still in play, and it's in the half of Oh, that was a dangerous situation by RoboDragons here. Although it was a straight pass from the middle of the field to the goalkeeper, it was still managed to get through the wall of RoboCIN. Now an attack by RoboCIN here. This ball is out of play, unfortunately, so the attack is stopped for now, and a ball placement is issued for RoboDragons. So let's see if they can manage it, because it would be very dangerous to give RoboCIN the opportunity to make the throw-in. And they did make the throw. Well, okay. There seems to be obviously a problem with RoboDragons. So RoboCIN did make the throw in, and the robots of RoboDragons are standing still, so I think their strategy crashed. So now the RoboDragons also took a timeout and to probably restart their strategy. And I think that also happened during the last match against Air Force. I think before the penalty shootout. So there seems to be, I don't know, a memory leakage. I don't know what happens, but their strategy seems to crash. And now they use the timeout to restart the strategy, probably. So now everything's moving, and RoboCIN tries to place the ball. Of course, it was a foul by the RoboDragons keeper after all, because the keeper held the ball for too long. Let's see if RoboCIN is also able to score a goal against moving goalkeepers. We already saw one. So ball placement for RoboDragons, and they succeeded in doing so. But unfortunately, well, at least RoboCIN has the ball now, tries to shoot a goal. Oh, and, the very close one, but they're still in play. Oh no, unfortunately, it missed the goal here. So a goal kick for RoboDragons, if they manage to place the ball, of course. But it doesn't seem that way, so RoboCIN might get the chance. It's a very interesting game actually right now, with a lot of dangerous situations and even a goal after 14 seconds. It seems as if this place is a very difficult spot for both teams. So I don't think that this ball placement will succeed for RoboCIN. Some referees even stop the ball placement here, as there's obviously no progress to speed up the game, but now the timer counted down anyways, so RoboDragons also replacing a robot. That both teams are currently playing with 9 robots at RoboCIN side, 10 robots at RoboCIN side, and 8 robots, I think, at RoboDragons side. So the both teams, or RoboCIN would be allowed to play with 10 robots because they're currently having 1 active yellow card, and RoboDragons would be able to play with up to 9 robots due to 2 active yellow cards. And if RoboDragons gathers another foul, they will have 9 fouls, so they would gather a third yellow card, while 2 yellow cards are active, so the next foul will be promoted to a red card instead. So RoboDragons should try to keep a low profile here until the first yellow card expires, to not gather any red cards. Both teams seem to struggle sometimes with the ball placement, but they still manage to place the balls the majority of times. And the strategy of RoboDragons once again crashed, so it's just a matter of kicking correctly. Yes, that is a goal. That is the second goal here. Once again, RoboDragons strategy crashed. I don't know what they can do about that. They can just take another timeout to restart it once again, but I don't think that they will manage to fix that bug. Quite unfortunately for them, of course, to have such a bug, because I'm absolutely sure they knew about it in the last game and researched it. But still, after 3.5 hours, they don't seem to have a fix, so it might be a more difficult one. And yeah, well, this was the second goal due to that bug. So let's hope that they have more luck now and that their strategy doesn't crash. And that is a yellow card, also for a second yellow card for RoboCIN. Now with 2 yellow cards and 9 robots, max. That was a pass by RoboDragons to a RoboCIN robot, and now let's see if they manage to shoot a goal. The ball is still in play, very close to the defense area of RoboDragons, and that was not the goal, unfortunately. So it's still 2-0. So now a ball placement by RoboCIN. And some lost parts found by the assistant referee. So the game is now halted probably due to the lost parts. And the second yellow card by RoboDragons will expire soon, so they will soon have 10 robots if they manage to put that many on the field. So now the game continues with a throw-in probably for RoboDragons. And once again, a very dangerous situation. You don't want RoboCIN in front of your defense area here, but unfortunately both the robots are positioned incorrectly relative to the ball. So they're currently battling for nothing. A pretty funny scene actually, because the ball's just lying next to the robots. Now, it's all very close situation, very close, but unfortunately also the angle was too flat, so it didn't manage to hit the goal. But definitely more chances for RoboCIN to score a goal than for RoboDragons. That's for sure. So RoboCIN is currently dominating the game. Oh no, and it seems as if it happened again. It happened again. The strategy of RoboDragons crashed, so it's 3-0 for RoboCIN. So I fear that the score of this game will not be 3-0 for long if that crash happens more often.
Crash, I guess they
Mm-hmm.
5-0 with more crashes, maybe even a 10-0.
Yes, a 10-0 board bit would be crazy, but I fear that this is possible. The robots are just dead. This is the third timeout of RoboDragons, and they only have 4 timeouts over the course of the regular game. So, and then even a robot substitution there by RoboDragons. So they only have 1 chance, and they can't just take a timeout the very moment when the strategy crashes, because they have to wait until the next natural break of the game. So until the ball leaves the field, or well, a goal was shot. And that's the problem here. They have to wait until RoboCIN shot a goal. So 1 minute and 43 seconds left for this first half. Actually, quite the fluid game with quick movements. And an attack by RoboDragons, actually quite dangerous situation. RoboDragons trying their hardest, but unfortunately unfortunately for them, there are 3 RoboCIN robots, and there's just no chance to get around them without pass receiver here. And there seems to be a bigger problem because there was an emergency hold? No? I don't know, but there was a hold and the robot was taken off by RoboCIN. As well as no progress, of course, because the RoboDragons robot didn't manage to get any further against that wall of RoboCIN robots. I think the team members of RoboCIN are currently inspecting that robot in question, which was substituted. Maybe if it starts smoking, I don't know. But anyways, the game is continued. And RobODragons once again trying an attack, but unfortunately for them, RoboCIn managed to break free and even start a counter attack. Let's see. Oh, but one robot from RoboCIn is seems to stand still. So let's see if no, the ball left the field and oh, now it's moving again. So it seemed to be a software issue here. Maybe. So RoboCIn currently with only 8 robots, but there would it would be allowed for them to have 10 robots, up to 10 robots, because they're currently still having 1 active yellow card, and RoboDragons with 9 robots. So they would also be allowed to have a 10th robot, because they also have 1 active yellow card right now. Both with 11 fouls at the moment. So both will receive another yellow card if they get another foul. So now a timeout by RoboCIn. Maybe for hardware reasons, I don't know. Maybe they try to get more robots on the playing field. But they're also discussing something with their team members, so this might not be the case. Well, there it is. Another robot. RoboDragons does a bot substitution. Now with 8 robots. However, they would soon be allowed to have 11 robots on the playing field, but I fear that they don't have that many working robots at the moment. Oh, and another robot substitution, so now only 7 robots, I think, for RoboDragons. That doesn't make the situation any better, unfortunately. So let's hope at least that the strategy keeps going. And there it is, the 8th robot, on 8th robot for RoboDragons, so they're back at 8. And a second yellow card for RoboCIn, so they're now only allowed to have 9 robots after a bot crash, kicking too fast, and another crash. So 2 crashes and kicking too fast. These were the 3 fouls they committed for getting that yellow card, second yellow card. No, that was for RoboDragons. They also got another yellow card, I see. But RoboCIn got a yellow card independent of that, so both have now a new yellow card, with RoboCIn having 2 now and RoboDragons 1 with 1. Oh no, and it... oops, they did it again. The strategy once again crashed for RoboDragons, so I fear that this is the 4-0. Yes, it is. So 4-0 for RoboCIn. Very unfortunate for RoboDragons that they have this issue. The robots seem to work pretty fine, so it's definitely a software issue. They took their 4th timeout now, so they aren't allowed to take any more timeouts. Unless, of course, RoboCIn is very friendly and allows them to do so on their league officials, but I don't think that this will happen in a knockout game. So as I said, I don't think that this will be the last time we see a strategy crash from RoboDragons, but you can see that the robots themselves are most of the time, or for most teams, are very, let's call them stupid, because they don't know anything about the game. They don't do anything without strategy. They just follow commands by the central processing unit. Let's see if RoboCIn manages to score a goal against a moving opponent now. Unfortunately not, but that was the end of the first half. Dominated by the problem of RoboDragons to let their strategy run. Now they have 5 minutes to fix their problem. So as I already told you, this makes it very obvious that the robots themselves are very stupid. They don't know anything. So if the central processor, the laptop, for example, of the teams, the software that runs there, if that crashes, then the whole team stands still. The robots individually don't decide anything most of the time. They might detect balls and might send that information back to the laptop so that it can work with the ball positions. If the, for example, ball is covered by another robot and not visible in the on the vision, but they don't decide on themselves what to do. So if the central strategy or the team strategy crashes, then everything's dead. And that's a very unfortunate thing to happen, as can be seen by the 3 scores that resulted from that. So both teams now trying to set up their robots for the upcoming second half. I don't see the software guys from RoboDragons working really hard to fix the problem, so I figure that they came to the conclusion that this is indeed a very ugly problem that they won't fix in just 5 minutes. So yes, well, let's hope just that they are very lucky and that that doesn't happen that often. So a bit less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for the halftime break. So the halftime break is over now. The game will continue soon, or now, to be more precise. So let's see if RoboDragons manages to shoot at least one goal. But right now, at the moment, it seems like the best team with the best chances of shooting a goal might be RoboCIn here, although the game moves towards the half of RoboCIn. But the ball's out. And RoboCIn may place the ball and get a throw in. Okay, and another attempt by RoboCIn here to score a goal. Unfortunately, once again, it didn't quite go in the right direction. It missed the goal. And a little bit of a crash against the goalkeeper, who did quite a decent job. Und vor allem, was jetzt mit der Linse zuerst gefallen hat, das sah so aus. Quite a decent job defending the goal. So I don't see any reason that their teammates should be aggressive towards him. So the game is running once again for and kick throw in for RoboCIn. So very dangerous situation here for RoboDragons, and that was actually a goal by RoboCIn against moving opponents, so like the first one. So I think this is 5-0 and the second goal without the bug. Yes, that goal counts, so it's officially 5-0. Oh yeah, one of the robots from RoboDragons, the 2, looks pretty broke. The top of the cover with the pattern is very, very badly damaged. I don't know if the vision may detect in all times, so, but it moved pretty smoothly. And it even tries to do the kickoff now. The other robots from RoboDragons look fine, but this one is really neat vacation. You're right, that technically violates the rules because the robot now is probably too high, although they are a lot smaller than RoboCIn, so maybe they have that much space available. Don't know. No, definitely not a crash, but I think that's a vision. That might be. The robot didn't move, but the other robots from RoboDragon did move. I see that, so it's not a software crash, but maybe the robot was not detected by the vision. I don't know. Officials are not complaining so far, so. But 2 robot substitutions by RoboDragons, so they now have 6 robots left on the field with 2 yellow cards being active, so they would be allowed to place 9 robots. Okay, so the damaged robot tries again to do the kickoff, and it succeeded in doing so. And it moves pretty smoothly for a badly damaged camera, which means the vision is calibrated quite well to still detect it in all circumstances and angles. So 4 minutes left in the second halftime, with a current score of 5-0. And a foul, a third foul, so 18th in total by 18th in total by RoboCIn. So RoboCIn now got a new yellow card. So currently 2 active yellow cards and a red card. So they are allowed to have 8 robots on the playing field. This might cause problems for them, I think, but I don't see any movement by RoboDragons, so I think the yellow cards currently don't matter for them. Oh, no. RoboDragons does move. Okay, that was ball placement. Okay, what? Yeah. I thought that this was very unlucky that the only goal they shot was a double touch goal. I didn't count, but this was ball placement, so so the game is currently halted. I don't know why. But hopefully the game will resume so shortly. So now the game continues, and RoboDragons currently with the ball in the half of RoboCIN, but RoboCIN manages to evade any possible attacks on their goal and positions the ball in the half of RoboDragons. Now a ball placement by RoboDragons. I don't think that they will manage it. So I think that, unfortunately for them, RoboCIN will get the ball placement in their half where... No, RoboDragons did manage to place the ball, but they immediately kicked it out of the game, or the field. So now there's a ball placement for RoboCIN. So another attempt by RoboCIN to score a goal, but unfortunately the ball is now inside the defense area, and only the goalkeeper is allowed to touch it there. But that doesn't stop RoboCIN trying again. Okay, another attempt by RoboCIN, but greatly defended by RoboDragons goalkeeper here. And a second great defense from the goalkeeper. but RoboCIN's not stopping with the attacks. Let's see if a third attack on the goal follows. But it seems as if the ball was stuck there, so no progress. Oh, and let's see. Oh, that was too flat. That angle was too flat. It didn't even go in slightly in the right direction of the goal. So 2.5 minutes left for the second half of the game. And another ball placement by RoboCIN. As with the game against Air Force, RoboDragons is making two flat-angled throw-ins. RoboCIN with another try at the goal, but they didn't manage to shoot the ball because a RoboDragons robot interfered, and now a counter-attack by RoboDragon, a great counter-attack by RoboDragons, but a great defense by RoboCIN's goalkeeper. And the defense ended with a ball placement for RoboDragons. And a great starting position for RoboDragons. So may this be another attack by RoboCIN at the goal. There's no clear shot there, but RoboCIN tries anyways. Now the ball's outside, yes, but very, very close. Very, very close, but unfortunately the ball missed the goal here. The fans being very unhappy about RoboCIN's missing here. They hope that RoboCIN will increase the score to 6-0. Okay, and a throw-in or a goal shot by RoboCIN, greatly intercepted and stopped by RoboDragons. Now attempting a attack on RoboCIN's goal, but defended by a RoboCIN robot. Still, RoboDragons, greatly injured robot, does try a second attempt, but they don't manage to get a clear shot on the goal. With RoboCIN slowly pressuring towards the goal of RoboDragons. So maybe there will be a counter goal now for RoboCIN. Oh, and that is a great position to start. But unfortunately the shot was too slow. And the angle was also not very good. So it's still 5-0. But there are only 30 seconds left in this game. So let's see if no. So no progress. The RoboCIN robot didn't manage to get through the wall of RoboDragons robots defending their goal line. Oh! Ah, unfortunate for RoboCIN, they didn't manage to get the ball in time, so it crossed the goal line of RoboDragons, so it is a corner kick. Or a goal kick, I don't know which team kicked the ball out of play. So 12 seconds remaining.
Where is currently, we can see it, yeah, but if it goes a little bit to the left, we can see it.
So it seems that RoboCIN has trouble detecting the ball in the very corner of RoboDragons half. Which is why they can't place a ball. At least it seems so. So now the game continues. And great position to shoot at the goal. Unfortunately, the RoboCIN's robot that didn't decide on doing that. Now a little duel between two RoboCIN and RoboDragons robots. With no clear winner. But this is definitely the last move of the game. So probably the game will now be finished. Yes, the game finished with a final score of 5-0 for RoboCIN. So RoboCIN advances to the semifinals. Already achieved a third place, even if they lose that semifinal. With RoboDragons having reached a fourth place in the tournament. This was the last game of RoboDragons. The next game of the tournament will be tomorrow at let's see. Kein Internet. At 10 a.m. Local Brazilian time. Between ZJUNlict and RoboCIN. Whoever wins this will then fight against Tigers Mannheim at 12:30 or 12:30 tomorrow in the finals of the RoboCup Small Size League 2025. See you then.